in fact, the entire nation, to get behind the recovery and revival of the tourism industry. Because of this articulation of the prioritization of tourism in its development agenda, this resulted in a whole-of-nation approach. Governments and the private sector working together for the industry to rise. What we have seen since then is a remarkable, if not phenomenal, recovery of the tourism industry. So phenomenal has the recovery been that in his latest State of the Nation address, our President recognized tourism as a reliable pillar for economic growth, capitalizing on revenge travel, as well as the policies of the Marcos administration towards the recovery of the industry. The first part of my presentation will take you through the tourism industry's performance. On average, in the ASEAN region, there has been a 54% recovery among our competitors in this region. Comparative to our recovery by the end of 2022, pegged at 35%, we have since seen a near doubling of this recovery at 66.3% as of July 2023, comparative to our performance in 2019. Notably, this 66.3% recovery is higher than the average recovery of our ASEAN neighbors. As a result of the policies of the Marcos administration conveying an openness of the Philippines to travel and tourism, including tourism investments, in the recent joint statement issued by the economic managers of the administration, they have identified tourism as the second top economic growth driver in the first half of 2023. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, tourism contributed 6.2% of our GDP in 2022. This growth in our GDP and a recovery towards the GDP contribution that we had in 2019 evinces the contribution that tourism has had in all sectors of society, even the indirectly employed by tourism. By the end of 2022, the Philippines registered over 2.65 million travelers. Notably, this is almost 1 million more than the targeted tourism arrivals of 1.7 million by the end of that year. As can be gleaned from the screen, herein lies our top 5 source markets, with the US occupying the first position, followed by South Korea, Australia, and so on. Since 2022, we have seen the momentum for recovery grow only further. As of today, the Philippines has received over 3.4 million international travelers. Notably, this is over 70% of the goal that we have set for international arrivals this year. Since we still have a few more months to go, with the holidays upcoming as well, we anticipate and are very optimistic that we would not only be able to meet the goals by the end of this year, but also exceed it. Domestic tourism has also buoyed the massive recovery of the industry, with no less than 102 million domestic trips taken in 2022. Reflecting a remarkable 84.31% recovery in domestic tourism comparative to our numbers in 2019. To further emphasize the contribution of tourism to the economy, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, tourism contributed a total of 1.87 trillion in tourism receipts in 2022 as a composite of inbound tourism visitor receipts as well as domestic tourism receipts, with 1.5 trillion pesos having been spent by our fellow Filipinos to support domestic tourism. According to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, the recovery rate for visitor receipts in the ASEAN is pegged at 28%. Comparative to the recovery rate of the Philippines in terms of visitor receipts, we are now at 67.18%, leaps and bounds higher than our ASEAN neighbors. All of these numbers translate to the very core and purpose as to why we all support tourism, and that is to provide employment and livelihood to our fellow Filipinos. In 2022, the tourism industry employed over 5.35 million Filipinos across the country. Multiply that by the average number of Filipinos in a family, and you can easily deduct that over a quarter of 100 million Filipinos have benefited from tourism. At this rate, tourism employment contributes 11.4% of the entire national employment. And as you can see from the succeeding graph, in 2019, the tourism industry employed 5.7 million Filipinos. That number reduced by 1 million in 2020 due to the pandemic. And since then, we have recovered 5.35 million, a remarkable 93% recovery of tourism employment comparative to 2019. As mentioned earlier, our international tourism numbers have already breached 3.4 million. This is 71% of the 4.8 million target that the department has set in 2023. And this surpasses the total number of international visitors received in 2022, which was at 2.65 million. All of these big wins that we have had in tourism is the result of the work that has been put in by government, by the private sector, by our partners across the tourism industry. We're grateful to our President for having approved the National Tourism Development Plan 2023 to 2028, which lays down the blueprint for the recovery and rebound of the tourism industry throughout the Marcos administration. Under the NTDP, and as a result of nationwide and global consultations through the listening tours that we conducted, we identified 7 strategic goals and objectives of the National Tourism Development Plan. And as you can glean from these objectives, these go beyond mere promotions alone and try to provide solutions to the essential pillars of tourism that are necessary to be developed if we are to be globally competitive. Notably, according to the World Economic Forum, the Philippines ranks 75th out of 117 economies in terms of infrastructure development, which is precisely the reason why number 1 in the objectives of the department is the improvement of tourism infrastructure and accessibility in order to ensure that we provide equal opportunities for tourism development across the country. This is followed by a cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity, recognizing that the democratization of travel and tourism is here, and therefore it is incumbent upon us to ride that wave by introducing innovation and digitalization. Connectivity towards the Philippines by way of air, land, and sea travel is also imperative. And as I will be explaining in the succeeding slides, we have entered into convergences for this purpose to improve connectivity to our country. The purpose of the department has also been to improve and enhance the overall tourist experience. And we have since introduced projects towards this end that I will explain in a little while. Tourism development means nothing if it is not felt across our regions. And that is why we have put great importance towards the equalization of tourism product development and promotion across our regions. In order to support the necessity of sustainable tourism, we have also sought to diversify our tourism portfolio by applying multidimensional tourism, no longer singularly relying on our natural assets alone. Seeing the great potential of domestic tourism to support the entire industry, we are also maximizing domestic and international tourism. And most importantly, we have strengthened tourism governance through close collaboration with national and local stakeholders. To have an organized and focused approach towards accomplishing the objectives set out by the National Tourism Development Plan, we have employed 3 key strategies: connectivity, convenience, and equality. Notwithstanding the difficulties and challenges that our nation has faced, the good news is that the Philippines continues to be a top-of-mind destination all over the world. In 2022, the Philippines was recognized by the World Travel Awards as being the world's leading beach destination, the world's leading dive destination, and Asia's leading tourist attraction through Intramuros. We have sought to continue the global positioning of the Philippines and to improve our standing by employing connectivity. We have exerted efforts to enhance our gateways through our collaboration with the Department of Transportation. If you have had the opportunity to go through NAIA Terminal 2 lately, you will notice the warmth and hospitality of the Filipino people through Filipino furniture, interiors, plants, and a more pleasant experience that matters to our tourists. This project we have instigated in collaboration with our infrastructure arm, the TIEZA. We aim to benchmark this effort to our other gateways as well, including the Davao International Airport, the Cebu City Pier 1, as well as the Boracay Terminal, the Boracay Sea Terminal. We have also engaged in synergy with our aviation industry partners. NAIA is not our only airport. We have many other airports in the Philippines that we can utilize so as to increase connectivity into the country, which is why we have aggressively pushed for the utilization of Clark International Airport as a secondary gateway. We held a technical working group meeting there together with the Civil Aeronautics Board and other aviation tourism industry players. And as a result of this effort, led by the Department of Transportation as well as our convergence with them, on a weekly average compared to June 2022, Clark in June 2023 saw an increase of 180% in terms of incoming scheduled frequencies and 215% increase in terms of incoming seats. Manila, on the other hand, had an increase of 75% incoming frequencies and 120% incoming seats. We recognize the strength of the entire Visayas region as far as our tourism portfolio is concerned, which is why we have also aggressively negotiated with our airline partners for the increase of flights towards our key tourism destinations. Calibo recorded a 640% increase in incoming frequencies and 409% increase in incoming seats. Remarkably, Cebu, which hosts Asia's best airport under the 5 million category, also saw an increase of 300% in terms of incoming frequencies. These increase in frequencies and flight can also be seen in other gateways, including Davao. We have also since opened up flights coming from other international destinations. On the aspect of convenience, one of the most important yet most neglected aspects of a tourist's journey, or any traveler's journey for that matter, is the need for clean and decent restrooms. So basic is this need, yet so little has been done to address it. And therefore, we immediately set out to answer this request from our tourism stakeholders, as well as this concern, chiefly from our domestic tourists who, when surveyed, identified the need for public restrooms as their #1 priority. Since then, we have been able to break ground on 10 tourist rest areas across the Philippines. We have since inaugurated one in Cebu, with another one forthcoming, and the very first tourist rest area in Mindanao in Manolo Fortich in Bukidnon. These tourist rest areas do not just have restrooms. They also have very well-appointed lounge and waiting area, rest area for our tourists, a pasalubong center where our small and medium enterprises can sell their local goods, as well as, and even, PWD facilities, a shower area, and a lactation room for our mothers with their babies. These tourist rest areas aim to provide comfort and convenience and an enhanced overall tourist experience to our travelers across the country. As you can see from the map, we have broken ground on tourist rest areas in Pagudpud, Ilocos Norte, Baguio, Cebu, Rojas, Palawan, Dawis, Bohol, Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon, and Samal Island in Davao del Norte. The good news is that we have 15 more tourist rest areas that we are breaking ground on in the succeeding months until 2024. If you recall, at the beginning of the Marcos administration, all of us had to grapple with the cumbersome One Health Pass coming into the country. Since then, we have sought to abolish the same and improve the incoming travel experience through the introduction of an e-travel platform in collaboration with the DICT as well as other government agencies. This has provided a digitalized experience of coming into the country. We recognize as well the necessity of liberalizing our visa policies in order to make the Philippines more competitive in terms of entry of international tourists, especially in key markets including China and India. Therefore, upon the directive of our President in January early on this year, the Department of Tourism spearheaded a visa convergence reforms meeting together with our fellow government agencies. The result of this has been the forthcoming implementation of the electronic visa system spearheaded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and the DICT. Soon, our foreign travelers will be able to enjoy the convenience of being able to obtain a visa online. China will be the first pilot for the e-visa system, and to be followed by India and other jurisdictions. Notably, among our competitors in the ASEAN region, the Philippines is one of the last countries to not have an e-visa system. Therefore, this will be a game changer for our tourism industry. We have also entered into various convergences with government agencies, recognizing the necessity of their assistance in terms of addressing the difficulties and challenges that we face in tourism. Peace and security is the bedrock of tourism development. That is why, following the directive of our President to fully reopen Mindanao to tourism, we entered into a memorandum of agreement with the Department of National Defense as well as the DILG for purposes of working together to ensure that the peace and development efforts of Mindanao are sustained, to ensure that Mindanao is viable for international and domestic tourism. We have also continued our partnership with the DILG as far as the training of tourist police, and as promised, we have since expanded this program to include the training not just of police but of police auxiliary forces in the local government units, including our barangay tanods. On the aspect of equality, we recognize that the Filipino tourism worker is the greatest asset of the Philippine tourism industry, which is why last year, before this very body, we presented the most ambitious goal of training no less than 100,000 Filipino tourism workers in the Filipino brand of service excellence. I'm very pleased to inform this honorable committee that as of today, we have already trained over 71,000 Filipino tourism workers across our regions in the globally renowned Filipino brand of service excellence and Filipino hospitality. We have also sought to ensure the promotion of sustainable tourism practices, recognizing the necessity of ensuring the longevity of our destinations. We partnered with the private sector to hold the International Ecotourism Mart in Cavite. We recognize and acknowledge the successes of local government units in sustainable tourism efforts, such as Sagay City, which won the 2023 Green Destination Story Awards. And we welcome the UNWTO's inclusion of Batanes in its network of sustainable tourism observatories, even as we welcome and congratulate Bohol for having been declared as the very first UNESCO Geopark. We're also closely working with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources as far as the forthcoming passage of the National Ecotourism Sustainable Action Plan. Since our President wishes to be inclusive in terms of tourism development, we have also reached out our hand of collaboration to our community-based tourism organizations, giving financial and other forms of assistance to our CBTOs across the country, including Sultan Kudarat, Iloilo, Zamboanga, Bukidnon, among others. Through these assistance that we give, we are able to ensure that tourism benefits the grassroots. In our effort to reintroduce the Philippines to the world, not only as a destination for fun and adventure, but also, more importantly, as a treasure trove of mega biodiversity, a wealth of history, heritage, culture, and the arts. And to herald the best of the Filipino brand, we have introduced the Marcos administration's flagship program called the Philippine Experience, a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that aims to give our international and domestic tourists the opportunity to get to know our destinations in all regards, and experiences that are authentic as well as genuine. We have already held the first Philippine Experience in the Davao region, and forthcoming in the third quarter of 2023 is Region 11, followed by Regions 1, 3, 4A, 5, 6, 10, and CAR in the fourth quarter of this year, followed by the rest of our regions in the first and second quarter of 2024. On the aspect of connectivity, for the very first time, the Philippines is now able to offer what other key tourism destinations worldwide are able to offer in terms of the convenience of having a hop-on, hop-off bus. We recently launched the very first Philippines hop-on, hop-off bus tours here in Metro Manila, beginning with Makati City, followed by the City of Manila, and soon to be followed by other cities in Metro Manila, with a goal to be able to provide convenient opportunities for tourists to go around the metro at the tip of their fingertips. They can book a tour through an app and get to know the spirit of these cities. Cruise tourism has also come back in a very big way to the Philippines, with no less than over 100 ports of call across our destinations. We have launched the Tourism Champions Challenge to give opportunities to our mayors to introduce tourism infrastructure projects, and we are earmarking 180 million pesos to this through our TIAZA. To proceed, we have also launched Love the Philippines as an effort to enhance the country's tourism branding campaign, to invoke a sense of pride in our fellow Filipinos, and to remind the world that there's just so much to love about the Philippines. As you can see in the succeeding slides, we have summarized the projects that we have instituted for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao In the interest of time, I invite our representatives to take a look at the slides without the necessity of me explaining the same. And if you have any questions in this regard, I would be very happy to answer.
Secretary,
Yes.
may proceed
Madam.
to page 22, which is your budget proposal.
Yes, certainly. To preface the budget proposal of the Department of Tourism, allow me to share the good news that the Commission on Audit has rendered an unmodified opinion on the Department of Tourism, reflecting the fairness of the presentation of our financial statements, granting confidence as far as the utilization of the monies that have been given to our department. As of 2023, the utilization of the department stands at 31%. However, we have a projected utilization of 55% by August 15, 2023. In this particular slide, you will find that broken down per agency, the total budget given to the DOT office of the Secretary is 2.6 billion, followed by Intramuros at 75 million, the National Parks Development Committee at 252 million, Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving at 14.5 million, for a total of 2.99 billion pesos. Notably, this is 20% lower than the 3.7 billion pesos granted to the department in 2023. As far as the DOT office of the Secretary is concerned, broken down per budgetary expense, the total of 3.4 billion has also been reduced by 22%, resulting in a 2024 NEP of 2.6 billion. The reduction in the budget of the department, as well as our attached agencies, will, of course, adversely affect the projects that we have forthcoming for 2024. And therefore, it is with earnest hope that our honorable representatives would consider their generosity. According to our President, his confidence in the recovery of our country as far as the economy, and especially on the aspect of tourism, is buoyed by the demonstration of love for the Philippines from every Filipino who has risen to the challenge of helping our nation rise and recover. And therefore, allow me to end with a message of gratitude to our fellow Filipinos as well as our partners in the government and the private sector. As you can see from the last slide, the industry performance of tourism has been nothing short of phenomenal. By 2023, we have already reached nearly 71% of our targets, 90% of our baseline visitor receipt targets as far as foreign tourism is concerned, and we continue to anticipate the massive contribution of tourism to our economy as a source and driver for economic growth in the year to come. With that, I and my fellow officials and attached agencies are now prepared to answer any questions that you may have. Daghang salamat.
Salamat, Secretary. Just a quick clarification. So, your budget presentation covers the Office of the Secretary, Intramuros Administration, National Parks, and the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. But there are other agencies that form part of the DOT family, and therefore, the resources available to implement your programs for 2024 would not be limited to the proposed 2.9 billion. Is that correct, Secretary?
Yes, that is true, Madam Vice Chair.
And if I'm not mistaken, there is an additional 5.824 billion, which would cover the budget for duty-free na yung Filipino, the Philippine Retirement Authority, TIAZA, and TPB. Is that correct? Is that number correct?
I will yield to Undersecretary Shireen Pamintuan.
Madam Chair, that is correct. Some of them are based on their corporate operating
Yes, so
budgets.
there's a subsidy component and a corporate budget.
Yes.
So since, of course, I believe they are all here, and since they're not part of the presentation, can we do a very quick round? And it's an opportunity for them to introduce themselves. So there's 5 agencies. Just quickly, may we request the heads to introduce themselves and just let us know what your proposed budget would be for this year. Let us know your corporate budget and the proposed government subsidy, if any, because I believe 3 of you don't have government subsidies proposed for next year. And in addition, let us know your utilization rate for 2023. Right, thank you. So let's do that for duty-free na yung Filipino, the Philippine Retirement Authority, TIAZA, TPB, and also a quick description of your mandate. So please just 3 to 5 minutes each, please. Thank you. Duty-free.
Yes.
May reward kapag makuha in 1 minute. The shorter, the better.
Okay. I'm Vico Angala from Duty Free Philippines. I'm the COO. And for our corporate budget, we have a total sources of funds of 2.409 billion pesos. And the total uses of funds is 2.406 billion pesos. I'm not aware of our request for additional funding, Madam Chair. I think that. Yes. Duty free is created to generate foreign exchange for the government and to assist or to give assistance to tourism projects by giving our funds that we remit on a yearly basis.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nine Filipino.
Good morning. I'm Attorney Joyce Anquigues. I'm representing our Executive Director, Jertutus Duran Batucabe. For our proposed 2024 budget, we have 129,709,000. And our current utilization rate as of June 30, 2023 is 17%. And the source of fund that we will be using for the next year would be our own corporate fund. And we rely solely on the lease of between the Resorts World Bayshore Incorporated.
Thank you. Hindi nyo na itataas yung 17%.
We will be, we'll have our 21.6 million by the end of year for the payment of a real property tax. So that would actually increase the budget utilization po.
Thank you. PRA.
Good morning po. I am Attorney Bienvenido Chi. Before I proceed with the proposed budget of the PRA, allow me to guide you briefly on the mandate and background of PRA as an agency. The Philippine Retirement Authority was created on July 4, 1985 by virtue of Executive Order number 1037 assigned by former President Ferdinand E. Marcos. Its mandate is to develop and promote the Philippines as a retirement haven, as a means of accelerating the social and economic development of the country and strengthening its foreign exchange position, at the same time providing further best quality of life to targeted retirees in most attractive package. Now, our proposed budget for the PRA is 539,814,729.49, which is composed of the allocations for three major expense classes: personal services, which is 108,545.37.43, maintenance and other operating expenses, the MOOE, 40396,773, and an increase in the amount of 71,484.97. That's all.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For CHESA po, firstly, I'm Mark Lapid po, COO of CHESA. We're in charge of collecting the travel tax, and we're also in charge of the infrastructure sector of the Department of Tourism, and also for the investment promotions of the Department of Tourism. So for our corporate operating budget for 2023, Madam Chair, we have 3,065,526. That's for our corporate operating budget, and travel tax projection for 2024 will be 2.741,594 billion pesos. And our gross receipt for our operating entities will be 181,727,000, and our fees and other charges from TEC will be 357,000, and our concession fee will be 686 million pesos. Our regulatory fee will be 37,361,000, and other sources of 35,801,000. That creates a total of 3,065,526, Madam Chair.
Right, and estimated profits for 2023 would be?
For travel tax, Madam Chair.
For CHESA,
From CHESA, total of
as submitted to the DBM?
a total revenue, Madam Chair, for 2023.
Total profits? As submitted?
As of July, Madam Chair, 3.3 billion pesos.
As of July, 3.3
Yes,
billion.
apo.
Right. Okay. And lastly, TPB.
Maayong buntag sa tanan. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair. I am Marga Nograles, the Chief Operating Officer of the Philippine Tourism Promotions Board. So as per Republic Act number 9593, mandates the TPB to serve as the marketing and promotions arm of the Department of Tourism. So our 2024 corporate operating budget is at 1.2, so 1,280,692,000. So this is with DBM confirmation in the amount of 1,265,692, and 15 million sourced from our TPB corporate funds. So to share, as of August, our utilization is at 43.15%, which is a good growth versus last year, August, which was at 23.17. And also to add to that, most of our big events are at the end of the year, like the FITEX, the World Travel Mart. So we see a big utilization come year end. And lastly, to share also, our budget assigned to us this year is the same as the budget assigned to us last year. The year before that, though, so it's a big cut from the year before that. From 1.7 billion, it was slashed to 1.1, and then Congress gave us an extra 100 million, so 1.2. With that, we are allowed really to just be present in all our institutionalized programs around the world. So our commitment to the world, kumbaga. Yeah, that's it, Madam Chair.
So, yes, but then despite cuts, the excess form part of your equity nonetheless, right? Kung anong natitira by the end of the year, form part of your equity, right? In other words, hindi niyo naman sinusoli sa gobyerno.
Binabalik. Binabalik namin, Madam Chair.
Binabalik mo rin?
Sa
Isn't that part of
TPB.
the,
No. We have to return.
isn't that a general provision that you get to keep it until fully expended?
No. SAGF kami, Madam Chair. So we get bumabalik siya sa SAGF, sa Treasury. We have to,
For 1 year? All right. Okay, thank you. So, as a last question, so Attorney Shireen, what is the total, so given that all these numbers, what is the total tourism portfolio for 2024?
If I add all of it,
Yes. The total amount of resources para sa amin, para alam namin, di ba?
Yun na atin yung file.
hang on. Madam Chair, hang on.
So, tama naman, Secretary, no, it's not naman just limited to the amount of resources that the Office of the Secretary has, right? Meaning to say, all of these agencies that support you form part of the implementing arm for your tourism strategy. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair, and in fact, in the past year, for the major projects that we've had, we've not relied on our DOT budget, which was meager,
Yes,
but
correct.
rather on the budget of our attached agencies, including the TPB as well as the TIAZA. However, the Department of Tourism, being the agency chiefly mandated for the development and promotion of the entirety of the tourism industry, it is in dire need
Correct.
of a budget that is equitable
Correct.
to its contribution to the coffers of the national economy.
Yes, all right. So just last two questions. So the total universe, total amount of resources, total portfolio, and what is the disbursement rate? So you gave us a 55% obligation rate as of 15 August. What is the disbursement rate?
Our disbursement rate is also pretty high. It's around 60. 60
So,
to 70%.
so 60% times 55, your effective disbursement rate is about 30%.
Yes.
All right, okay. And then, so give us your total portfolio for 2024.
The total portfolio, including all attached agencies,
Yes.
is a little less than 9B.
9B, all right. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. So total, okay, we've computed it for you. It's 10.365 billion. All right, so just for the information of all members present. All right. We can share this with you. All right, thank you. So with that, I yield the chair to the Honorable Ina D.
Good morning, everyone. Mayong buntag. May I just remind all our members this morning that all our regional directors is at the Venetia Hall in case we have parochial concerns that we may wish, to convey to our regional directors. Andun lang po sila buong araw. With that said, may I also remind some of our distinguished members that each member is given 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell sound, it means you only have 30 seconds to wind up your questions. And as a part of long-standing respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House and followed by the majority members in an alternating matter. The Chair recognizes from the minority, Rep. Raul Manuel. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For us to be expedient in our proceedings, I would like to go straight to my questions. Mainly tungkol po ito sa naging branding campaign ng Department of Tourism. I'd like to ask, sino po yung official ng DOT na mainly in charge dun sa ating branding initiative?
The branding campaign that had sought to introduce and enhance tourism branding for the Philippines was undertaken by the Department of Tourism, and the procurement process, entire implementation of which was overseen by the Undersecretary for Legal and Special Concerns, to whom I yield the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. We do confirm that this has been under the Office of the Secretary, and this representation has been in charge of the project for the branding campaign, Your Honors.
So, if I'm correct, Mr. Chair, yung atin pong resource person ay siya po ba yung nag-oversee din at nag-monitor ng production ng video bago ito ma-launch?
The production of the videos was part of the consulting services which was bidded out, Your Honor.
But I'm asking, Mr. Chair, sino po yung specific na DOT official na siya po yung nagbabantay nung from brainstorming hanggang sa production, hanggang sa launch ng video?
I'm one of those, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Now, may we ask, Mr. Chair, kanino po yung stock videos nung galing po sa ibang mga bansa? Sino po yung merong rights? Kanino po yung mga video na iyon?
Your Honor, as with regards to the stock videos, this was already admitted in a statement that was released by DDB Philippines, the agency that won the bid during the competitive bidding which was conducted by the department, Your Honor, and as such, they took ownership of the use of the stock file videos, which we believe they have sourced on readily available sources online, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, yung DDB ay nakuha niya from various sources through the internet, yung mga videos na iyon. Am I correct, Mr. Chair?
We cannot answer that, Mr. Chair, as the admission was already made by DDB in their statement that indeed and in fact they used the stock file non-original videos, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I've noticed na yung DDB tsaka ang ating Presidential Advisor on Creative Communications, Paul Soriano, have worked together before sa ilang mga branding or promotion campaigns din. Ngayon po, PACC natin si Sir Paul Soriano, and at the same time, yung DDB involved siya doon sa naging ating branding campaign. So, I'd like to confirm, Mr. Chair, as the Presidential Advisor on Creative Communications, involved ba in any way si Sir Paul Soriano mula sa brainstorming, sa production, hanggang sa release ng video?
Well, Mr. Chair, that's I think for Director Paul or Secretary Paul Soriano to answer, but we also yield and acknowledge his office being appointed duly by the President as Presidential Assistant for Creative Communications, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I think the DOT can have the credibility, supposedly, to answer kasi nga po, sila naman yung nag-oversee ng branding campaign. So, supposedly, alam nila sino din yung iba pang mga government officials. So, might have had a role to play doon sa naging branding campaign.
We had a directive, Mr. Chair, to align the tourism branding campaign with the country brand, which was under his office, Mr. Chair.
So, it means he was in the loop.
With regards to his office and the department aligning the Love the Philippines slogan with the country brand, which was "We give the world our best," insofar as that is concerned, Mr. Chair, yes.
Now, Mr. Chair, when the public was already starting to talk about the mess that happened, paano po tumulong sa troubleshooting ang Presidential Advisor on Creative Communications sa DOT?
Mr. Chair, the situation was within the confines of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chair. And so, Secretary, through the investigation committee that was created, were the ones who took action with regards to the investigation leading to the termination of the contract with DDB. It was only the department, Mr. Chair.
So, to confirm, Mr. Chair, the PACC did not help in troubleshooting when the mess was already happening.
Considering that they are a separate office, Mr. Chair, no, they did not.
Okay. Now, next topic, Mr. Chair, dun sa We Give the World Our Best na branding campaign. Part po noon ang Department of Tourism. Ongoing pa rin po ba itong branding campaign?
Mr. Chair, may I just make that clarification with regards to your statement that the Department of Tourism is part of We Give the World Our Best. As clearly stated a while ago, that country brand emanated not from the Department of Tourism, but the country brand We Give the World Our Best emanated from his office or the office of the Presidential Assistant for Creative Communications.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that is clear. But from the PACC himself, sabi po niya, while the agency or his office has the lead role, there are other agencies who would also have to help, namely PCSO, DMW, DOT, and DTI. So, ang question ko po, ano ang role ng DOT dun sa We Give the World Our Best branding campaign?
Yes, we do acknowledge that statement and that directive. As such, that statement was meant for the departments and perhaps all the other departments to align our slogan with the country brand, which was We Give the World Our Best.
Yeah, so far, ano po yung iba't ibang activities na nagawa na ng DOT in line with its contribution para sa We Give the World Our Best branding campaign?
Insofar as the Department of Tourism is concerned, Mr. Chair, in recognition of that directive to align with the country brand, that was why we came up with the slogan as well as the new logo, Love the Philippines, to align it with the country brand, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, ibang topic naman po on the 2022 Annual Audit Report ng Commission on Audit for the Department of Tourism. Meron pong na-flag na unnecessary, excessive, and irregular expenses amounting to 6 million pesos. At ang sabi po ng COA, this amount should be refunded. So, will the Department of Tourism refund the 6 million pesos?
I will yield to you, Secretary, on that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, that's right. That 6 million pesos was flagged. This was in relation to one of our projects on ecotourism, and it was flagged based on the alleged non-compliance with the EO 77, and the respective officials concerned have already been requested or ordered to refund that amount. Thank you.
So, nasa process po ng pag-aasikaso na mai-refund ang buong 6 million?
Not the entire 6 million, but only, I think, up to a little less than 1 million.
Ano po ang reason bakit yung the rest ay hindi po pa natin nakikitaan ng dahilan para mai-refund?
Actually, the entire project is worth 6 million, but only a portion po of those expenses were considered as excessive.
Based po dun sa report ay iba-iba pong items na in total 6 million, yun po yung pinapa-refund.
But so far, Your Honor, what we have asked them to refund is only a little less than 1 million, and the rest will be investigated, and if confirmed, we will ask them.
Okay,
we
so
will be assured that they will be required to refund.
So para clear po, Mr. Chair, less than 1 million yung i-refund ng DOT.
Currently, the order is less than 1 million, but we will review, and based after all the investigation is that we will ask them to refund if this is certainly excessive.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Manuel. Yes,
Just one request, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Because I went through all this, what was given to me by DOT. I'm looking for the regional budget. I don't have it here, so I can go over it. Just
Okay,
just a request. Thank you.
Yes po, Kong Joboy, may we ask someone from the Department of Tourism to please provide the members yung regional allocation.
Itemize. Not lump sum.
And again, may I remind our members also that the regional directors are also at the Venetia Hall, just in case we have any queries or questions. Next, in the list of interpellators is Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma. You are recognized, Your Honor. Is he here with us?
Morning. Morning, Mr. Chair. Morning, fellow workers.
Representative Palma, please, with your indulgence, that was my mistake. I'd like to first recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman as our independent member of the House, and thereafter I would recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Feeling in love is a sublime emotion. One is even exhorted to love his enemy. And one loves his country, his family, his work, and his neighbor. With the innumerable and pristine tourist destinations and attractions of the Philippines, I am certain that the Filipino and foreign tourists will love the Philippines. We cannot go wrong with love. Now, with that statement, Mr. Chairman, I am concluding my short intervention with the hope that at the proper time, with the approval of the majority, we can increase the budget of the Department of Tourism, if not to equal this current level, to exceed it in recognition of its performance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Edsel Lagman, for your manifestation. Next, in the list of our interpellators is a member of the Majority, Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning again, fellow workers of government. I just want to, our total budget, I'm looking here at the National Expenditure Program for 2020-24. It's 2.9 as against 3.7, correct? So there's a down of 20%, right? My first question would be, DOT, Office of the Secretary, Capital Outlay. May we know what is this 284 million?
Your Honor, the 200 million actually represents the information system or ICT systems that we are now allowed to procure based on the DICT endorsed ISSP.
Thank you. To Kiesa, your supposed budget is 3.6 billion, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May I know also what is this infrastructure projects as well as the equipment outlay?
Infrastructure, we will submit a list.
Our infrastructure budget, we're looking at around 1.5 billion, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. The infrastructure project, what do you mean by that?
That's the allocation we have for the uses of our funds for next year.
For example?
That's based on the priorities that is being approved by the board, our board of directors.
That's right. For the sake of our fellow congressman here, we are just asking
Yes.
an example of this infrastructure
like our tourist rest area that was presented by our secretary, our rehabilitation of the Terminal 2, those kind of projects, Mr. Chair.
So is that within which covers the whole district, the whole
The whole country,
Philippines?
whole country.
So meaning
Mr.
to
Chair.
say each congressman is allocated one rest area?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any specific for per district, Mr. Chair. It's per location on the area of the tourist that's been identified who will qualify on the criteria that is been set by the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chair.
Can I ask a favor, being from Mindanao also, which we are being deprived of? Can we also be given a share in these infrastructure projects, considering that most or bulk of the projects are being allocated to the highly urbanized or urban area?
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
So what can we expect from you, COO Lapid?
Mr. Chair, if I may yield to our secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, with your kind indulgence, I would like to interject. We share in your desire to ensure that Mindanao is given the appropriate government support that it needs, especially in terms of infrastructure, which is why we are very happy to confirm that for Zamboanga, Sibugay, it is actually one of the 15 tourist rest areas that will be put up for 2024.
Mama, thank you, Madam Secretary. I was not asking for Sibugay alone, but anyway, you mentioned it, then I would express my gratitude to Madam Secretary for that. But I'm just looking at the whole scenario, wherein Mindanao would be also given the opportunity to avail of this infrastructure project. Anyway, thank you very much. Another thing that I would just want to, how about this equipment outlay, COO Lapid?
It's most usually for our IT equipment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. May I direct my interpellation to the good secretary, Madam Secretary? Do you have a data, let's say July 1 of 2022 to December 31, how many tourist arrivals? Or just put it this way na lang, January of 2023 up to the present. Kasi pandemic pa yun.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to confirm that as of today, we have now received over 3.4 million international visitors, representing nearly 71% of our target for the end of the year, therefore exceeding the rate of recovery that was originally anticipated for 2023.
Yeah. Do you have also a record how many Filipinos are going abroad from January to as of today?
Mr. Chair, it is Tiaza that collects the travel taxes, and so I yield to Tiaza as far as outbound tourism is concerned.
Mr. Chair, for 2023, starting January up to this month of July, we were able to collect around 3.2 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. That's on the figure. On persons, Mr. Chair, around 2 million, Mr. Chair.
So a little short of the 1.2 million as compared to the foreign tourists, right? Yeah. The reason why I'm asking this, Madam Secretary, is that if you look at it, why is it that Filipino people are going out instead of patronizing domestic travels? It is because, I'll go straight to the point, it is because of our pricing. If you take the plane from from Manila to Cebu, the average price is 5,000 pesos. If you take Manila to Hong Kong and other areas, it's roughly 6,000. So I'm wondering why domestic travel is not being pushed through. If you look at also the hotel, the average hotel rate here in Manila is 10,000 to 12,000. You go to Hong Kong, Singapore, and other areas, you can have a 4,000 pesos, which are already good. can we do something about this, Madam Secretary? So that instead of traveling abroad, bringing our money or our pesos outside, why don't we spend it here in the Philippines?
Yeah. Thank you very much for your concern. Mr. Chair, for the information of this honorable committee, domestic tourism has contributed no less than 1.5 trillion to the Philippine economy, with no less than 102 million domestic trips having been taken by our fellow Filipinos in 2022 alone. In fact, it is domestic tourism that has buoyed the massive recovery of Philippine tourism in addition to our inbound international tourists. While we recognize that there are challenges in terms of competitiveness as far as price points are concerned, we have been in continuous conversation with the private sector, especially the airline, hotel, accommodation, and resorts providers, to appeal for more competitive price points. We have also discussed the matter with the Department of Trade and Industry that is chiefly responsible for ensuring price competitiveness in certain price aspects. Notably, we also have to consider all the external factors that affect pricing of accommodations in the Philippines, and that includes inflationary measures and the like. But I assure the good representative that the Department of Tourism is maximizing domestic tourism through the holding of continuous efforts at reintroducing our regions to each other and to the world by way of the very first North Luzon Travel Fair, the very first Mindanao Tourism Expo, the MICE having been held in Davao, the very first Philippine Experience having been held in the Davao region as well and to be continued in the next few months, as well as the very first Central Philippines Expo.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. The reason why I'm bringing this matter, because it will be convenient for Filipinos to travel abroad than going domestic because of the pricing. Number two, airlines and hotel accommodations for that matter. Can I have one more minute? Time na ba? Wala pa.
Honorable Palma, may 30 seconds pa po kayo na after you can go for another round.
I was listening to the good secretary, and I think the department can adopt the good practices of the good governor of Cebu, the Suroy-Suroy Cebu, which is what I was listening to you. Can we expand that matter so that we can, I myself have been to different tourist spots in the Philippines because of this problem that we are encountering, the booking problem, the internet connection, and so on and so forth. So again, I don't have any time. Keep up the good work, Madam Secretary, and I hope you can copy the good practices of the good governor of Cebu, the Suroy-Suroy Cebu, and replicate it here in the entire tourism sector. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are pleased to report that we have already begun the process of benchmarking the Suroy-Suroy Sugbo, and it is now represented in the Marcos administration's flagship program called the Philippine Experience, a heritage, culture, and arts caravan, which we began in Davao and will continue in the various regions of the nation in the next few months as well as next year.
Thank you, Secretary. Next to interpolate is the Honorable B.H. Herrera. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Secretary, to the DOT family. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Well, I also share the sentiment of Kong Edsa that I am concerned with the decrease in the budget of the Department of Tourism, especially since, as mentioned, 3.4 million visitors. While, of course, it's higher than last year, but it's still far away from our 2019 and pre-pandemic levels of 8.6 million tourists. So from 3.85 billion US dollars, 9 billion US dollars pa ang hahabulin natin if we want to go to the pre-pandemic levels. So decreasing it is really unwarranted. Especially since I want to know how come it's the market and product development program that has suffered the most. in the item of those decreased in the budget of DOT?
Mr. Chair, I yield to Undersecretary Pamuntuan.
Mr. Chair, the reduction in the market and product development portfolio is really attributable to the branding campaign, which was previously above 1B, but our budget will be 500 million for next year.
So meaning, through you, Mr. Chair, yung branding lang nawala, but our continuous efforts on onboarding travel partners, selling to identified areas will still be the same, will still continue?
We will still continue based on the fiscal space that we have.
Okay, so that's very important kasi
Yes.
that's where our life is, especially in promoting our country. So I'd like to make sure of that. But you also have to help us, Madam Secretary, and the DOT family. Well, of course, we share, we would want to increase your budget. We're concerned because, as COAS pointed out, we have returned to the Bureau of Treasury around 500 million in 2022. So if we return 15% of your budget, that's also alarming for us in the House, how we can increase your budget considering we returned that amount of money to the Bureau of Treasury. How can we be assured that a repeat of this won't happen for 2023?
Mr. Chair, we express our gratitude for your support for the Department of Tourism as well as your concern on the reduction of our budget. And I share your concern as far as the rate of utilization is concerned, which is precisely why we have sought as best we can to implement as stringent as measures as we can as far as the submission of work and financial plans of our respective departments, setting regular meetings with our operating units and hammering down on the deadlines, which is why while the utilization rate is over 30% at this juncture, we can assure a utilization of 55% as of today, with the intention of fully utilizing by the end of the year. Notably, and this has been a consistent challenge faced by the department, the major events as well as programs of the department are earmarked towards the end of the year, especially the high expense institutional programs.
But what contributed to that 15% return to the Bureau of Treasury? What wasn't utilized? What particular budget of the agency wasn't utilized so that we could avoid the same thing from happening?
Yes. For the particulars of that, Mr. Chair, I will yield to Undersecretary Pamuntuan.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to clarify that the amounts that will actually return to Treasury, most of them refer to some of the capital outlay budget that was given to our regions previously, and was continued on to last year based on the continuing appropriations. However, because of certain unfortunate events, they were unable to completely procure their office buildings, and were also not able to procure some of their vehicles.
So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, may I ask na lang the department agency to submit to us the composition of the 562 million so that we know what to watch out for the 2023 budget. Thank you. My next question, Mr. Chair, is regarding the unfilled positions. The total unfilled positions in the DOT is still at 34% or 336 posts. Why is that?
Please proceed, Mr. Pamuntuan.
Mr. Chair, we're happy to report that we have aggressively started our recruitment even before beginning last year, and currently we have 935 personnel, 380 are job orders spread out nationwide, and we have 530 permanent personnel.
Yeah, but how many, as of the date or as of our record, there's 366 posts or 34 unfilled positions in the DOT.
Mr. Chair, based on our record, we only have 208 vacancies.
Well, 208 is still 208, Mr. Chair. May I know why?
When we came in, Mr. Chair, many of the vacancies were actually senior plantilla positions. And then because of the recruitment process that we did, we actually promoted some of the positions, some of our staff to higher senior positions, and then the vacancies refer to their plantilla positions.
Do we see this be filled up within this year?
Yes, we are aggressively doing our recruitment and selection, and it's ongoing as we speak.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, because it's very important if we intend to really double time our efforts to welcome our visitors, filling up these vacancies, especially marami rin pong nangangailangan ng trabaho sa ating bansa. My next question is, first of all, thank you and congratulations to Madam Secretary for the restroom efforts that we have, from the very start. That has been my advocacy, because that's one of the things that invites domestic tourism in our country. Have we considered, or have we discussed with several airlines regarding their problems with double booking, or most of them are not really abiding by the passenger bill of rights? Maybe it's because it's still not a law. So I'd like to remind my fellow colleagues here that we still don't have a law on bill of rights, passenger bill of rights. So we only have one that is a joint memorandum circular. But is this being monitored by DOT? Because this is something that's very important. The disappointment by tourists, both foreign and local, are because of the violations with the passenger bill of rights, which is a joint memorandum circular only. Are you monitoring this? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Before I yield the floor to my alternate representative in all the aviation-related concerns of the department in the seats that it occupies in the Department of Transportation's attached agencies, I would like to preface, Mr. Chair, by saying that the welfare of our tourists are a top priority of the Department of Tourism, which is why we have sought to reach out to our airline industry partners and have a very active and dynamic convergence with the Department of Transportation, especially in terms of training airport frontline workers in the Filipino brand of service excellence. That being said, I'd like to yield the floor to Undersecretary Tamano as far as the particulars of our collaboration with the OTR and its attached agencies in safeguarding passengers.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Chair, yes, we closely monitor our airlines, and you mentioned about concerns, and we remember that the Senate called a hearing about this and invited our local airlines, Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines, and we were there also. And there were many issues and concerns that were aired, and the reply actually of our airlines, the cancellations and the late arrivals of planes were really about technical issues concerning maintenance of airplanes. And they said that it was not only happening here in the country, but also abroad. Of course, it was also mentioned that double bookings, and of course cancellations, and I remember the airlines apologized and they reduced their flights because of lack of airplanes. And since then, the past 2 months, it has been, the operations were considerably better than before, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, but what my question is, do you really take a look at the passenger bill of rights that we have set forth? Because it's really not being followed. That's why a lot of our tourists are mad, because if you look at the passenger bill of rights, nothing is being followed by the airlines. I don't know if it's just because it's just a joint memorandum circular and lack of law in our country. That's why I want to know if you are monitoring the implementation of the passenger bill of rights, that it's a joint memorandum circular that was, I think, with DOT and the DOTR.
Well, we closely monitor, Mr. Chair, and we work closely with the CAB and the CAAP and with our airlines, and the complaints of passengers are being discussed at the board of CAB, and we reprimand our airlines whenever this happens, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's why I'm bringing this up, because the efforts to really help the Department of Tourism and welcoming tourists is really very much reliant on this one. And because we can just reprimand them, there's no penalty to our airlines because of lack of laws in our country. So this is something that we have to really take a look at. And it's about time that maybe we can jointly work with the Department of Tourism and the DOTR and with you, Mr. Chair, as the head of the Vice Chair of the Appropriations in this department, to really take action on this one, because we can just reprimand them. And nothing happens when you reprimand them, kasi we need them at the end of the day. So, kailangan pagtulungan na po talaga natin ito. So, that's all. I'd just like to put that on record, Mr. Chair, the need to have a law on our Bill of Rights already for our passengers. It's high time that we discuss this in this plenary, in this House. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to all the efforts of our Secretary. And of course, to TPV, congratulations sa daming effort. Siyempre, kaibigan natin yan. And to all the agencies, attached agencies of DOT, congratulations. And please, let's all make an effort to double time and catch up the pre-pandemic levels of our tourism. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong BH. I think many of us here share the same sentiments when it comes to our airline providers, our airline carriers. And I believe I completely agree with you that it is high time we tackle this in the House. So next to interpolate, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Edgar Chato for his interpolation. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the good Secretary and the rest of the DOT family. Let me first say congratulations, Secretary Frasco. You've been leading the DOT in a way that has also brought all the laurels in the country in terms of our recovery efforts. And we are so happy with that. It cascades down to the local government levels where our tourism industry is also picking up. We are feeling that in the province of Bohol, including increase in international arrivals with international flights as well. And so thank you once again. That's why we are concerned with the decrease in the budget. But as our Senior Vice Chair and I was talking here, we have also been concerned about the utilization rate, as mentioned by the other members of Congress. And we really hope that this can be improved, because both the DBM and the Appropriations Committee always check on the utilization of every agency. And that's why I'm concerned, because I want a bigger budget for the DOT. On the arrivals, congratulations, we are really picking up. But may I know if the DOT is now using really the standard satellite accounts as approved by the UNWTO in the determination of statistics?
Mr. Chair, I confirm that we are using these accounts as set forth by UNWTO.
Okay, so thank you very much then. So at the local level, it's easy to determine arrivals of foreign nationals. At the local level, how do we determine a tourist between just an ordinary traveler going to their homes? What is the specific statistic requirement so we can say these are domestic tourists traveling to other parts of the country?
Mr. Chair, we work very closely with all of the local government units across the country through our regional offices as far as their required submission of data on regional overnight travelers that defines specifically the arrivals between foreign arrivals and domestic arrivals.
Okay, so these are determined by the occupancy of hotels, resorts, and other accommodations.
As far as overnight travelers are concerned,
Correct.
yes.
And they do not account, of course, those that are staying in relatives and all those, because they cannot be accounted for. Is that correct?
There are also metrics that are being used to measure daytime travelers, Mr. Chair, but admittedly, As far as international arrivals are concerned, the e-travel system helps us greatly in monitoring down to the last person the arrivals into the country. As far as the local domestic tourists are concerned, at the moment, we depend on the submission of the data from the local government units that's consolidated by our regional offices. And the budget that's allocated for the improvements in IT for the department will help greatly as well as far as fortifying our ability to gather domestic tourism data.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go down to the travel tax because this is one component of RA 9593 that would really help the Department of Tourism. 50% goes to TIEZA and then 40% to CHED and 10% to the NCCA. May I know if there is a mechanism of coordination between DOT and the agencies that are recipients? Of course, TIEZA is under directly with the DOT in the utilization. Because there's a big talk here in Congress, including the Committee on Tourism with the chair here and the APRO committee with respect to the 10 billion unutilized fund in the possession or supposedly directly remitted to the Commission on Higher Education. And there seems to be passing of the ball between DBM and CHED. Would DOT have anything to do or at least monitoring on the utilization? Because when we crafted the law in 2009, it was really intended to benefit the tourism industry. And the reason why both Senator Gordon and I agreed to keep it with CHED was precisely because it should support the training programs of the Department of Tourism and the tourism industry. So we would like to know if the Secretary is aware of the manner of utilization of these funds. Like NCCA, are they doing their programs also in relation to the overall mandate of the tourism sector?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chair. We recognize the value of the funds that go to the Commission on Higher Education, especially for its intended purpose, which is to support tourism education, which is precisely why very early on last year, I wrote to the head of CHED to request for an accounting of the funds that have inured to the coffers of CHED. And the reply has been that it is deposited to their general fund, so they are unable to specify whether or not the funds are really devoted to tourism education. With that, I express a similar concern to TIEZA, and the result of that has been for TIEZA to pass a board resolution to formalize its own request for an accounting of these said funds. That being said, tourism education is one of the opportunities that we foresee can really help further improve hospitality and expand tourism opportunities. And therefore, we would be very grateful for any interventions on the part of the House as far as assisting the DOT and the TIEZA in our ongoing efforts for an accounting of these funds.
Yeah, just for the information of the chair, the Committee on Tourism, where I sit as Senior Vice Chair with our chairman here, is calling a meeting together with the DBM, DOT, and the other recipients of the travel tax. We should be able to level off what was the intention of the law and whether the intention of the law was met in the implementation. I left Congress in 2010 after we passed the Tourism Act, where I was the chair of the House Committee on Tourism. And after 10 years, I was so surprised that there is 10 billion unused. So this is the highest example of unutilized fund. Yet we are also saying that we lack funds for the tourism sector. So we have to also account that. Mr. Chair, let me also proceed to corporate performance. Part of the law that we created was envisioning for duty-free Philippines to be able to generate funds to support the tourism. Has there been remittances from the duty-free Philippines to the programs of the tourism industry? And that's also true with TES, because the TIEZA is supposed to generate income also from the TES. We would like to know how this has been implemented.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the total remittances made by DFPC since 1987 is about 10 billion pesos. And for the remittance for 2022, or 2021, where's 2021? Okay. For the year 2022, versus 2020. Okay, sorry. Okay. For the year 2022, we're supposed to remit 243 million pesos, Mr. Chair, but only 58 million was remitted in the first quarter. And we still have a balance of 174 million, which was used to fund DFPC's operations during the pandemic. This is for the salaries because there was no tourists.
Okay, the point is,
Yes.
Our duty-free Philippines is remitting to the DOT.
Yes, yes, sir.
And I know from TIEZA if there is already an income generated from the TEZ. The original concept of the TEZ, the investment arm, was the Senate proposed only a TEZ. There was no infra. It was the House that insisted on putting the infra because there's no other agency that can focus on tourism infra. But the TEZ was left as a function of the TIEZA precisely to generate fund in the management of our TEZ. Has it been implemented?
So for the total, yung sa regulatory, yung fees and charges, that's the only thing that we're earning. But for the whole country, we were able to designate at least 18 tourism enterprise zones, which has already a total investment of 119 billion. And then we have 10 registered tourism enterprise zone with a total of 11 billion investment, Mr. Chair. And the total manpower or total employees that have been generated from these TEZs were already around 74,492, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is my final word. Let me just request also the DOT through the Secretary to please look into the rates of airlines with the Department of Transportation. It has really been so high, and I can say that for Bohol because I go there every weekend. And our rates here are even higher than going abroad. So I think that needs some kind of leveling off with the industry. How we know demand and supply is playing in the market, but we have also to look at how we can be competitive if our local rates are very, very high and staggering. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Chato. I'd like to recognize the Senior Vice Chair, Stella Kimbo, for a quick manifestation.
Yes, sorry, just a 30-second interjection on the balances of the Higher Education Development Fund, because I personally sat down with the Bureau of Treasury, DOF, DBM, to do precisely an accounting of that fund. Yes, there is a balance, but it is unfortunately just an accounting balance. Okay, because it is a special account, so it is not up to any of the agencies to just use that balance. That's the nature of a special account. So it is up to the DBM to actually program the use of that fund, and that's precisely why when you read the BESF, there is a column there that says this is the amount that is programmed against that fund. So by the end of the year, that entire balance goes away. That's the nature of the
Can I say something?
Of the SAG-F. So anyway, that's how it works. So if there are any concerns, it's really for the DBM to actually, yes, all right, so. Tapos tama bang pagka-explain ko ng SAG-F? But that's, anyway, we've already said all of our, and time again, this is a concern that is raised by us. So anyway, just to set the record straight, we've done an accounting by the oversight. We've invoked our oversight by this committee. So yes, there's little that we can do at this point.
Mr. Chair, just one comment. Just to make it clear,
Please,
the lawmakers in crafting the law is to really put it under the tourism.
before we proceed to the Honorable Magsino, may we request a quick comment from DBM? Because I know someone from DBM is here with us, as per COMSEC. Do we have any DBM representative here that can respond? Ay, wala. So next to interpolate, in the sake of moving forward, next to interpolate is the Representative Marisa Magsino. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Good morning, Secretary, Madam Secretary, to our tourism family. Magandang hapon po. To our fellow colleagues, good afternoon. First of all, being the representative of the OFW party list, I'm very much concerned about the OFW fiasco that is happening in the airline industry right now. I have been very vocal about it, and I would like to suggest or request that our OFWs be given a restroom to be able to be resting a bit after 16 or 18 hours of traveling all over the world, and then after arrival in the Philippines, I have to wait for cancellations, for rebookings, and all the other glitches. That's one request that I would like personally to have, Madam Secretary. Please look into it. And the tourism industry has contributed 6.2% in our GDP, and the remittances of our OFWs only is giving 9% more or less of the GDP of our economy, one of the backbone of the Philippines. Now, that's one request, Madam Secretary. My second question is, the total staffing of the Department of Tourism now has increased from 763 items in 2022 to 765 in 2023. Your proposal for 2024 remains at 765. However, the filled positions for this year's remain at 527 po. What is the explanation for the 527 staff items consistently unfilled in 2022 and 2023? Why does the department project an unfilled slots of again 527 in 2024, and why are these slots not being filled up po?
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
Please proceed, Secretary Cristina.
Mr. Chair, with regard to the request for the provision of an OFW lounge in the airports, we will certainly present this concern before the Department of Transportation, whose mandate it is to regulate all airports in the country. But in our interest to improve the overall travelers' experience, we have worked with the DOTR precisely to introduce comforts for our travelers. But the concern of the good representative is noted and will be endorsed and presented to the aviation-related boards where we sit. With regard to the unfilled positions, I yield to Undersecretary Pamintuan to make the necessary clarifications on the numbers that you have presented.
Yusek Pamintuan, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify to the good representative that the current vacancies right now is at 208 positions, and we are aggressively doing recruitment. Last year, I agreed that the unfilled positions are really high, but that was due to many of the senior positions being vacant, and we did the selection process and promoted, so it was an upward movement, and the vacancies now pertain to those on the lower ranking positions. There are also some positions that are excess positions relating to the executives.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to commend also the Duty Free Philippines, COO Angala, for a very wonderful welcoming to our OFWs when we visited the Duty Free. Thank you so much. But I am saddened by the infrastructure, and I cannot say that this is a Duty Free of the Philippines. Maybe we have to do something about it. This is on all ASEAN airports all over that you have been going around, and everybody knows this. This is not the duty free or the airport as well. Maybe we'll be calling on COO Mark Lapid on the TSI. It's a welcoming treat that we are having an enhancement on the Terminal 2. But among the ASEAN airports all over the world, just ASEAN, we have to stand out at least. Let us try to improve, and we will be supporting for the budget. Please, and we have done a research on the airline industry. This will still take long, maybe 2-3 years more, because of so many problems in the industry. That's why this is also a legacy that I would like to have with our restroom, for our rest lounge for our OFWs. And thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, for the agreement in that opinion. Now, my next question po is, besides the controversial contract on the DDB, the department also awarded DDB Philippines a contract to provide counseling services for the promotion of our Philippine Islands, award-winning Philippine destinations, and tourism products for 124.45 million. This contract was supposed to end August 31, 2023. There is also a contract between DDB Philippines and the Tourism Promotion Board, an attached agency of the department, the amount of 12.99 million for consulting services for the conceptualization and development of meetings, incentive travel, conventions, and exhibitions. This contract was awarded to DDB Philippines on December 29, 2022. The question is, what is the status of these contracts, and does the department intend still to pursue them in the light of the fiasco committed by DDB in the Love of the Philippines campaign slogan project?
Please proceed, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, to preface my answer, the procurement process for the contracts mentioned was followed under the confines of the law. That being said, when the allegations of DDB's use of non-original footage in the video that it created and published on its own volition had been brought to the fore, I immediately ordered an investigation that since resulted in the creation of a special investigation committee that then recommended the termination of the contract, alongside the tacit admission of DDB that the video was entirely its own creation and the fault was theirs. That being said, the contract concerning the video has since been terminated. With regard to the other contract that you mentioned, the same has been suspended by the Department of Tourism with the department's exercise of the necessary due diligence to ensure that it safeguard the interests of the department as well as the country, even as we assure the public that the work that is produced by the department always makes sure that it inures to the benefit of the Filipino people and fully promotes the tourism industry. That being said, while we recognize that promotion is a component of the Department of Tourism's mandate, it is not its only mandate. And that is why we have aggressively pursued other aspects of tourism development that concern the basic pillars of tourism. I hope that that satisfies the question of the good representative. With regard to the TPB, I yield to our COO to answer the same.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. So the contract that we have with DDB for our MICE brand campaign is actually already, the MICE brand campaign is already ready to launch. We also did a thorough review on the terms of reference and the deliverables of DDB to us. So far, all have been okay. So we will continue on with that, and we are actually ready to launch that also.
Okay. Just a follow-up po. Besides the termination of the contract and non-payment of the project cost in a whole, is there a penalty imposed at DBB on the basis of the breach of contract? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to emphasize what we have publicly stated from the very beginning, and that is not a single peso has been expended under the branding contract in payment to DDB concerning the Love the Philippines campaign. That being said, as a result of the termination of the contract for the branding campaign, the security bond paid by DDB has been forfeited.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Secretary, and I would like to commend the hardworking Secretary and the whole team of the tourism industry, and because you have bring honor again because of the influx of our tourism industry. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Kong Magsino. Next to interpret is the Representative Romeo Momo. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Secretary, and good morning to the DOT family. Gandang hapon po. Umaga pala. I go direct to my question, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Madam Secretary, I was informed that there is lodged in the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways an amount of 13 billion, which is used for the convergence projects of between DOT and DPWH. Is it right, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, the DPWH would be the best agency to confirm that information, but what I can confirm from my end is that in our effort to prioritize infrastructure tourism development, since last year, we have proposed that the budget for the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program of the DPWH not only accommodate continuing projects as it has done since 2016, but also accommodate new projects because there is a need for tourism roads in our tourist destinations. And what I am aware of is that the DPWH has since made room for new projects under the 2024 NEP in the amount of around 5 billion pesos.
Yes, you are right, Mr. Chairman. Out of the 13 billion allocated for the convergence between tourism and DPWH, 8 billion of which is had been allocated for the ongoing projects of DOT, and the 5 billion of which is allocated for the new projects, supposed to be new projects of DOT. When I asked DPWH, anyway, I will ask this in the budget hearing also. When I asked the Department of Public Works and Highways, they informed me that the selection and prioritization of projects were done by DOT. Is this right, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, the submission of the list was done by the DOT, but the finalization of the said list was done by the DPWH, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And then my question is now, my next question is, how do you prioritize these projects, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, again, the final list was fine-tuned and submitted by the DPWH. But as far as the submission of the DOT is concerned, we based our allocation of new projects on data and need, taking into consideration tourist arrivals, contribution in terms of visitor receipts, as well as necessity in these tourism road projects, whether or not the area is a key destination, an emerging destination, or a developing destination.
Mr. Chairman, can we be furnished, this committee be furnished of the listings of projects, the 5 billion projects, the new projects, in the next meeting, before the plenary, Mr. Chairman?
We would be happy to obtain the list from the DPWH and furnish you with the same, Mr. Chair.
The concern, Mr. Chairman, of this representation is that all these projects are local projects, 18 billion of which are local projects. And these local projects eaten up the 30% which is supposed to be allocated to all district engineering offices or to all congressmen. It's understood that 30% out of the 100% are local projects for each congressional district. But because there is an 18 billion taken out from the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, there is now a reduction of the amount of 30% allocated for each congressional district. That's my worry, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
18 billion. 18 billion. 13 billion.
Thank you, Honorable Momo. Do you have a question, or do you wish the department to...
My request is only for them to furnish us copy.
Can we please ask the secretary, the good secretary, to furnish this committee with the list, and also we will ask Yusek Momo or Kong Momo. We will also ask the Department of Public Works to submit the same list to this committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because in Caraga region, which my province belongs, I am from Surigao del Sur, Madam Secretary. Only Siargao has been allocated, I think, only Siargao. And, well, I understand that Siargao is a principal tourist destination, but as you said earlier, that most of the tourists now are local tourists. And local tourists does not visit tourist destination twice or thrice, and therefore they wanted to go on another tourist areas. Sana po mabigyan din ang ibang mga tourist destinations. Surigao del Sur has a potential tourist areas. In fact, Caguait is accredited and is included in your tourism master plan. So sana mabigyan din ng mga pansin yung mga ibang lugar, Madam Secretary. As I said, because this taken up a portion of the 30% which is supposed to be allocated to districts for the local projects.
Can we ask the Secretary to respond, please?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I would like to clarify that it is the DPWH that administers the budget for the tourism road infrastructure projects. And as a matter of fact, the push of the Department of Tourism since last year is for the budget to be lodged with the DOT, precisely because it is the DOT that is in possession of the data from our regional offices in coordination with local government units of the destinations that are in need of tourism road infrastructure projects.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Chairman. But I also understand that there are listings. The listing is also furnished to DOT, and therefore they can furnish this committee with these proposed projects for 2024 out of the 5 billion new projects.
We would be very happy to furnish the list that has been fine-tuned by the DPWH as it is within their discretion, the monies being lodged under their budget, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Kong Momo, do you have other questions, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the other question is that this is addressed to Tiesa. I would like to ask, what are the sources of funds for Tiesa?
Mr. Chair, the main source of fund of TIESA will be coming from the travel tax. And then the others are coming from our other sources like the NT properties that we're operating right now and the other JV that we have, Mr. Chair.
Besides travel tax, is there any source of funds coming from the General Appropriations Act?
No, Mr. Chair. No.
In your report, financial performance, I can see that there is a line there, locally funded projects, GAA, in the amount of 141,700,000 for 2023.
Mr. Chair, these were coursed through to us by DBM. These were allocated by a certain proponents for it, for this area. But it did not come with TIESA, Mr. Chair.
Just wondering, Mr. Chairman, why the allocations coming from the GAA has a very low budget utilization. Why?
Before I ask the Honorable Lapid to respond, after his response, Kong Momo, please wrap up your time is up. Honorable Lapid, please proceed.
I think, Mr. Chair, you're referring to the implementation.
Yes, yes.
I think because, Mr. Chair, dahil this allocation were being given to us prior pandemic ho yung iba, so nagkaroon ho kami ng problema with the implementation during the pandemic era. So when I assumed office in 2021, these are the first priority na pinush po namin and we discuss it with DBM also in implementing this project.
But if I compare it with the infrastructure projects done by or funded by the TIESA, your utilization is 47.4%, higher than. Bakit kaya?
That's for 2023, Mr. Chair.
Yes, 2022.
2022, sorry po.
Kong Momo, unfortunately po, your time is up. If you would like me to include you again for second round, I'd gladly do so. But
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Please include me in the second round.
Thank you, Congressman Momo. Next to interpolate is the Representative Franz Castro. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Susugang ko lang yung mga tanong tungkol sa branding. So, sinabi ng DOT, Mr. Chair, na tama ba narinig ko na nag-file na tayo ng kaso dito sa DDB?
Mr. Chair, to clarify, we already issued and executed an order of termination, Mr. Chair. Meaning the
Okay.
contract has been terminated and canceled already.
Yes, pero ang ina-expect ng representasyong ito dahil nagbunga ito ng kahihiyan sa ating bansa, nagbunga ito ng kahihiyan sa mga Pilipino, itong trabaho ng DBB na trabahong tamad at plagiarism, yung paggawa ng video, at yung mga misrepresentation ng mga sites. So, hindi lang basta termination dapat nagkaso tayo dito sa DDB. So, would you pursue a case against the DDB dito sa ginawa nilang plagiarism, trabahong tamad, at misrepresentation?
Madam Chair, as of the moment, the priority of the department was to immediately terminate and cancel the contract, Mr. Chair. And one of the serious considerations also is the other courses of legal action, Madam Chair, including the filing of action in the proper courts should the same be warranted. But as we said, there was already a forfeiture of the performance bond as part of the penalty, aside from the termination and cancellation, and the non-payment of any relative expenses that have been incurred relative to the project.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, so disappointed ako dun sa sagot kasi dapat ipapailan natin ito ng kaso. Okay, so dapat mapag-usapan ng DOT na mapailan itong DDB ng kaso dahil sa kahihiyan na dinulot nito sa atin. So, ginagamit pa po ba itong video na ito o paano nyo ni-reform? Ano ang ginawa? Sabi nyo kasi walang ginamit na pondo dito sa DDB at inano nyo pa, pinagmulta nyo pa. So, itong 49 million na ito, is it intact in our budget?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the 49 million, which is the project cost, is intact, and as stated by the Secretary, no amount was expended from this project, Mr. Chair.
So, ano ngayon yung ipalalabas ninyo? Magkano yung ginastos ninyo? Kasi Attorney Joanne said na later maglo-launch na sila ng another video pa. So have you corrected this video or you made another video for the branding and promotion of Love Philippines?
Mr. Chair, we have recalibrated all the terms of reference relative to the projects. This includes the content creation of new campaign materials, both print and videos, audiovisual presentations for placements, Madam Chair. And I'm not aware of if there were mentions by Attorney Joanne, but I think we are referring to the Tourism and Promotions Board's efforts also to roll out the campaign to supplement that of the department. And we are going to make new contents, and we will not use any of the videos that have been or were created by DDB. We have not used the videos. We have taken it down, as a matter of fact, immediately when the controversy arose.
Well, siguro doon sa sinasabing hindi nyo pa ito naipalabas nga ito, paano nangyaring pinalabas ng DOT sa official channels nito, yung YouTube tsaka yung Facebook. Yung video na ito, kung pitch lang yung sinasabi, So, sino ba yung nagbigay ng go signal para ipalabas ito at pinost ito doon sa official Facebook and YouTube ng DOT?
Madam Chair, this is part of the agreement of being a consultant and the agency that won the bid, and it was not the Department of Tourism that uploaded and created the video, but it was DDB Philippines as the agency who uploaded these videos, Madam Chair.
Well, ito in-upload po sa official na Facebook and YouTube. At wala bang nagbigay ng go signal? It is just the DDB who made it for themselves na ipalabas ito sa official YouTube and Facebook. But in any case, kung talagang wala sa inyo, so I think dapat meron ding managot from the DOT sa nangyaring fiasco na ito. ano ba sa palagay natin, Mr. Chair? So, meron ba tayong mga empleyado or yung office mismo ni attorney kung meron na panagot dito sa video na ito? At sino yung pumayag na maipalabas ito sa YouTube and official Facebook ng DOT?
To begin with, Madam Chair, we'd like to reiterate that the contract itself between the Department of Tourism and DDB has been very clear, and it has been explicitly provided that all contents should be original. No, whatever will be given and delivered by DDB should be all original contents. The terms of reference has been very clear on this. And while the Department of Tourism did allow DDB to upload the video as part of the launch, which was done supposedly simultaneously when we had the official launch physically in Manila Hotel at the time, last June 27. And then it was part of the pitch and the presentation for its launch so that the public would be aware of the new logo and the new brand of the Department of Tourism. Still, again, we readily took it out the moment we were aware. And it was not to say that DDB had complete access to these accounts, but it was limited only for purposes of uploading the said video. Only to that, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, hindi nasasagot yung tanong ko. Sino yung nag-allow to show that in public itong plagiarized na video na ito? Sino po yung nag-allow? Kasi lagi natin sinasabi, DDB may kasalanan nun. Pero sino sa DOT ang nag-allow nun?
We did allow the uploading of these videos in the social media websites of the department, Mr. Chair.
So meron bang gagawin ang secretary dun sa nag-allow na nagpalabas nito sa social media or sa ating
If I may, Mr. Chair, there were already employees who formally tendered their resignations in lieu of the incident, Mr. Chair.
Ilan po yun? Sino po yun? Anong pwesto niya?
If I may, just for purposes of the privacy also of the person, of these persons, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, we're willing to submit these names, but there are already one or two of those who have already tendered the resignations and no longer part of the department.
So ito po ba may position na USEC or ASEC or director?
These are courtesy resignations that are tendered for those who have the job in the branding department whose work we have contracted out as job order employees.
Contractual. So contractual ang inaalaw natin na magdesisyon para i-upload o ipakita sa media itong plagiarized na video. So I don't think that would be logical naman na ganon. Kasi 'di ba dapat ang nag-aalaw ng presentation ng anumang this is yung branding is very important sa DOT. So ang decision na pag-aalaw ay binibigay lang natin sa mga contractuals. So parang hindi ako maniwala doon, Mr. Chair. So dapat merong most responsible na mataas ang posisyon sa DOT na nag-allow nito at hindi lang yung mga contractual. So dapat hindi ganon yung nagiging practice kung totoo na yung contractual yung nag-allow nung ganon.
You should state that for the record.
I'd like to state for the record, Mr. Chair, that contrary to what was inferred by the good Congresswoman, it was not the contractual employee who actually allowed and approved the uploading of the video. It was a concerted efforts of the department leading to the launch wherein the entire department agreed and allowed DDB to upload the posting of these videos, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it is the entire leadership of the DOT who allowed it. Am I right?
To clarify and put things in the proper perspective, Mr. Chair, I would like to emphasize that DDB Philippines was under contract, and the contract specifically indicates that they are required under the terms of reference to submit and publish original images. Therefore, the Department of Tourism, exercising the diligence of a good father of a family, had every right to rely on DDB's compliance with its contractual obligation to post and publish original videos. This is the very premise by which they were given permission to publish said videos. The Department of Tourism could not have known that a reputable worldwide agency recognized for its ability to produce reliable content would upload unoriginal videos, which is precisely why the Department of Tourism, in its aghast at this act that has caused damage to the branding campaign and to the country, immediately ordered an investigation to ensure that, number one, no public funds were expended, and true enough, not a single peso was released, and number two, that we could get to the bottom of it and understand why they uploaded unoriginal stock images. Shortly thereafter, DDB admitted full and entire fault, admitted on its own that they were the ones who published it, they were the ones who created it, and that has since resulted in the termination of the contract. To be very clear, it was never the intention of the Department of Tourism to allow unoriginal images to be posted, which is exactly why the contract has been terminated. That being said, I reiterate my statement, which has been made of record, that it was the Office of Special Concerns that spearheaded the overseeing of the branding campaign. You can have my assurances, Mr. Chair, that the Department of Tourism takes very seriously the integrity of the tourism branding of the country. And it is this standard of integrity that we wish to continue to observe, not tolerating acts of this nature resulting in the termination of the contract and the suspension of any other contracts related to this company.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yun lang po, no? So, hindi natin dapat ibigay lahat yung kumpiyansa natin. Kasi yung video, dapat ay binibet natin kung ito ay original or not. Right before we show it to the public. So, yun lang naman po yung gusto nating lesson na makuha dito sa experience na ito. So, wala tayong ibig sabihin wala tayong pinipindown dito dahil sinasabi niyo naman na it's the it's the decision of the whole leadership ng DOT on lahat kayo. So kayong lahat 'yon ang may responsible dito sa pag-aalaw ng nung na mapakita ito at maibigay makita rin ito ng buong mundo. So yun lang po at sana hindi na mangyari ito sa mga susunod na panahon. Thank you po.
Thank you, Kong Franz. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Albano?
Just a manifestation, no? Because we've been harping this, and this point has been taken by a lot of congressmen.
Before I let you proceed, may I just request that you keep it very short as we have a long list of it.
The manifestation here is that the Department of Tourism has already corrected the measure, and a lot of departments actually don't even admit to this. And I laud the efforts of the Secretary and the whole team of the Department of Tourism because they're doing something about it. So instead of us harping on the Department of Tourism because they have a lot of job to do and we have a lot of jobs to do here, may I also request our congressman to already, since this has been answered and it's taking my time and I'm number 14th, to already let go of this issue because this is a non-essence issue with the budget already. And let's go straight to the point in this hearing to get the budgets ready, Mr. Chair. So again, I led the efforts of Secretary Cristina Frasco and all the department for this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
Kong Franz, pasensya na po.
Well,
I can ask you to respond na lang po after because the manifestation was directed to the Department of Tourism. Kasi ako po yung sumugsog
doon sa budget. And this is 1.4 billion. At malaking budget ito at malaking kahihiyan natin ito. So hindi pwede nating ipagbaliwala ito. Kung may mga tanong na hindi pa nasasagot sa akin. Nagtanong si Congressman Raul Manuel, nagtanong si Congressman Magsino. Wala doon yung aking gustong itanong . Kaya yun lang po yung at malaking budget po ito. At syempre karapatan ng bawat kongresista naman dito kung ano man yung topic na gusto niyang erase. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact,
Thank you.
I know the
Please,
efforts of Franz Castro But
Tony
again,
Pet, please,
sana, pabilisin na natin.
Please, I'd like to recognize next the Representative Samantha Santos for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sam, you're recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone, especially to our DOT Secretary, Madam Cristina Frasco, and of course our colleagues from the DOT. For today, I only have one inquiry. So, Tony Pet, it will be very short. Regarding the new tagline that was released by DOT, which is Love the Philippines, indeed there's so much to love about the Philippines. And as Filipinos travel across the country, there's a lot of tourist spots that are also discovered. And with 2022 and 2023, a lot of congressmen has also filed bills to actually identify the tourist spots that is also present or prevalent in their respective regions or provinces. That said, Madam Secretary, and of course, Mr. Chair, may we know how DOT is treating these newly discovered tourist spots? How is it prioritized? And the fact that it is proclaimed as a tourist spot here in the House of Representatives, does that mean it is already... Because when we file tourist spots in the House of Representatives, we propose that there will be funding alongside its approval. So does that mean that it is assured that there will be approval for 2024 or 2023 for these projects, or does it have to be lined up for the next years to come before it actually gets its funding? That will be all, Madam, Mr. Chair, and of course, Madam Secretary.
Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chair. We confirm that there is indeed so much to love about the Philippines, which is why per our records there are now over 900 local government units and stakeholders that have adopted and localized the Love the Philippines campaign. That being said, once a tourist destination is declared as such, then our regional offices work with the local government units concerned as far as product and market development. And my directive to the Tourism Promotions Board has been to equalize their efforts in promoting not just key and well-known destinations, but importantly, equalizing these opportunities to emerging destinations. The flagship program of the Marcos administration called the Philippine Experience also seeks to highlight these identified tourism destinations by designing the program in such a manner that the lesser-known and emerging tourist destinations are able to dovetail off the success of an already known tourism destination. This is what we saw in the Philippine Experience in Davao, where we anchored the program on the success of Davao City for its Eagle Sanctuary, its chocolates, as well as its local indigenous peoples, for example, and then connected it with other provinces in the Davao region. This effort you can expect in the other regions of the Philippines as well. With the declaration of a tourism destination, it also brings it into the fore of the department as far as its proposals to the DPWH for tourism road infrastructure projects. Ultimately, however, since the budget for the trips is not lodged with the Department of Tourism, that it is entirely within the discretion of the Department of Public Works and Highways as far as the final list that it will submit to the DBM. That being said, the funding of projects, whether for this year or next year, is also entirely within the discretion of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you for
Sam,
yes,
you're
thank you,
recognized.
thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, I'm glad that the DOT is taking a step towards this question, which a lot of regions are actually wondering. At the same time, I would like to actually manifest that beyond just developing the areas, we also have to conserve it. Let us not forget that we have to be partners, because a lot of the tourist spots outside of Metro Manila, or even in Metro Manila, especially in Cotabato, conservation is also one of the priority, because these are natural treasures of the Philippines, so that I hope that DNR will also help DOT in this pursuit to actually promote our tourist spots all over the country. That will be all, Madam Secretary, and thank you so much for the things that you have done for the country, and I hope that it will be a much brighter and more funding will be given to you, because the change that has been taking place in the Philippines has been very much seen and appreciated by a lot of Filipinos. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Kong Sam. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Arlene Brosas. You're recognized, ma'am. Kong Arlene, are you around? Okay, let's proceed next to Representative Christopher De Venecia for his interpellation.
Hi guys. Hello to the DOT family. I'll just jump right to it. Sec Christina, thank you so much for supporting the creative agenda and for regularly attending the ex-officio meetings of the Creative Industry Council. There's always a DOT representative there. And we look forward to the Creative Tourism Summit that we'll be doing at the end of next month, which is the first ever celebration of Philippine Creative Industries Month. And of course, shout out to Director Paolo Tugbang for being your proxy there and making that happen. Number 2, thank you also for supporting the Galila Arts Festival in Dagupan City through the regional office in Region 1. It was a tremendous success, and through that grant from DOT, we were able to facilitate Bacolod and Negrense artists to come to Dagupan and to collaborate. So shout out to RD Jeff Ortega also for that. Third, in support of the Tourist Rest Area project, we are in the process of facilitating the construction of a Pasalubong Center and Tourist Rest Area in the Manawag adjacent town of San Jacinto. And we actually were able to obtain the design schematics from COO Mark Lapid so that we can support also what DOT is doing, also for lack of budget, that we can use the local infrastructure program of DPWH. So thank you so much for that. 4, thank you to the Intramuros administration for effectively responding to the request of Vogue magazine to be able to shoot in its premises. So thank you, Admin Joan, for facilitating that. And we encourage the whole DOT family to continuously use our creative industries to support you in your goals, albeit non-traditional, but still equally impactful. And number 5, thank you to the Tourism Promotions Board for all the amazing initiatives, both local and international, that you guys have been doing. And there's one in particular that I'm really excited about and I got to participate in, so I look forward to that. So shout out to COO Margo Nograles for that. And finally, through the Trip C Convergence Program, which started during the Duterte administration and has continued into this administration, we now have a beautiful 5-kilometer beach boardwalk in Dagupan City. It is now our crown jewel of tourism in this highly urbanized city. And that was the hard of it. The soft of it is all the MSMEs that have been encouraged to set up shop, food stalls. There's now ATV, occasional horseback riding, some bike rentals, and soon to be water sports and all of that. However, I think our main issue is that it's not lit. So when pagpatak po ng 7 p.m., medyo ghost town na siya. So we're not able to fully realize the nighttime economy that this boardwalk can enable Dagupan. So may we humbly request, Mr. Chair, the good secretary, from the TIEZA to be able to fund solar lighting for that beach boardwalk so that maybe we can encourage more MSMEs related to the nighttime economy to flourish in the said area. May we get a quick comment, Mr. Chair, from the DOT or from COO Mark Lapid?
Chair Mark, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, we will look into it so that we can include it on the listing that we have under the CHESA infrastructure program.
Thank you so much. And then, Mr. Chair, may we also request from the DOT a copy of the Tourism Development Plan that was just approved by the President so that we can also evaluate it vis-a-vis our own ideas, and maybe we can also collaborate with the DOT on how we can help implement this in our district as well as for the creative industries nationwide.
Please respond, Sec. Christina.
We'd like to thank the good representative for his invaluable support for the Department of Tourism with our assurances to supply the National Tourism Development Plan, of which I'm sure you will be pleased to know that the arts has been identified for the first time as a priority tourism portfolio. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And thank you, Mr. Chair and good Secretary. And also, I celebrate DOT's pioneering initiatives to give importance to creative tourism, especially film tourism, which she included in her presentation last year. And we look forward to the impacts of that materializing to help spur inbound tourism as well as domestic tourism in our country. And then third, Mr. Chair, may I also get the comments or possibly solicit support from the DOT for two of our bills, which are pending in the lower house. First is to mandate the creation of culture and tourism officers in each LGU. And perhaps you might argue, why is there a need for a tourism officer in something that doesn't have a beach or a church? But I agree with the good secretary and the Marcos Jr. administration that it's supposed to be the Philippine experience, and it's the experience and not necessarily the destination that we should focus on, and therefore experiences may be had regardless of whether there's a beach or a church or some kind of park or forest or anything. So that's the first measure, Mr. Chair. The second would be the transformation of the National Parks Development Committee into an administration. And our rationale for this measure, Mr. Chair, is that we want to empower the NPDC to further develop public parks across the country and not just focus on Paco Park and Luneta Park. And I think as we realized in the pandemic, public parks really go a long way in developing and protecting people's mental health. It's a good way to get the community together, and it's very much in line with the Philippine Development Plan midterm goals of creating livable and sustainable cities. So we hope that we could get the support of the DOT on these two measures, that they may elevate this to Malacanang, perhaps to prioritize its passage, or maybe just throw their support in general so that we can help DOT achieve their goals and KPIs for the country. Maybe a quick comment, Mr. Chair.
Before I ask the good secretary to respond, I'd just like to inform Kong Toph that your time is up.
Yes.
So please, Sec. Christina.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As early as last year, as a result of the listening tours that we've conducted among various stakeholders, including our national tourism officers, as well as our local tourism officers, their plea has been that a permanent position for tourism officers would be mandated by law. This, of course, we support and we yield to the discretion of Congress. With regard to the conversion of the NPDC into an administration, as we recognize the expertise of our national parks in assisting our local government units nationwide as far as the development of parks, recognizing its value in tourism as well as overall health, we fully support the measure for the conversion.
Thank you, good Secretary and Mr. Chair. And actually, I'm done. I just want to thank again the DOT family and Sec. Christina for being so proactive and dynamic. I want to greet everyone here because I think I'm friends with almost the entire DOT. But you know who you are. Thank you for supporting the creative agenda and the creative industry law. We support any budget augmentation for DOT to implement its mandate and Sec. Christina's dream for a more beautiful, lovable, and creative Philippines. So truly, with the support of DOT, hashtag the future is creative. Thank you so much, DOT family and Vice Chair Ino and Vice Chair Stella.
Thank you, Kong Toph. Next to interpolate is Representative Arlene Brosas. You're now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the proposed total available appropriations for the DOT and all its attached agencies in 2024 reached 2.99 billion, which is 1.62 billion lower than the 2023 allocations of 4.62 billion. Bumaba po ang pondo ninyo, di ba? What's more, Mr. Chair, napansin lang namin, 86.2% ng buong budget ay nakalaan para sa central office. nakalagay po dito 73.7% nasa NC, 73.7% nasa central office. Yung NCR may 12.5% na pondo. Tapos, yung alokasyon para sa lahat ng iba pang rehiyon nasa 13.8%. Mr. Chair, paano naman ang pagtitiyak ng suporta at pondo sa pagpapayabong ng turismo sa lahat ng rehiyon? Parang nakakonsentra siya, ito yung budget ng central office, malaki, 12.5 yung sa NCR, tapos yung itotal mo na yung iba't ibang rehiyon, 13.8% na lang.
Please proceed, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the good representative for her concern for our regional offices. This is a priority of the Department of Tourism, and over 86% of the budget being lodged in the central office certainly does not mean that the funding will only go to the central office, as it is a regular practice of the central office to download funds to the regions to support the initiatives, including and especially the flagship and institutional programs of the Department of Tourism. We would be very happy to provide the good representative with all of the programs that we have and will continue to roll out to our regions with the support of the central office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So magre-redound naman ito sa regions, you're saying, no, Madam Secretary?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I would like to ask yung situation naman ng employment in tourism industries, which comprise about 11.4% of the total employment. Hindi pa ito nakakabalik at nakakalagpas sa pre-pandemic level at nababahala tayo sa kalagayan ng mga manggagawa sa turismo. Walang seguridad sa trabaho, no? Kamusta po ba yung status ng employment ng 5.35 million tourism industry workers ng bansa? Ilan po dito yung regular, underemployed, part-time, on-call, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed, Sec.
Mr. Chair, I'm very happy to confirm that comparative to our 2019 pandemic employment, which stood at 5.7 million Filipinos, we have now recovered 93% of that said employment, notwithstanding the fact that the Philippines only reopened in February of last year, as our employment in tourism now stands at 5.35 million. I would just like to note that this number is provided by the Philippine Statistics Authority, which computes only the direct employment in the tourism industry and does not take into consideration the indirect employment generated by the industry. Notably, the World Travel and Tourism Council has a different perspective as far as the contribution of the tourism industry to the GDP, pegging it at over 22%, taking into consideration the indirect employment generated by tourism, from your pasalubong vendor to your transport operator, your bangka operator, and the like. With that, we are optimistic that we would be able to exceed the targets set for the Department of Tourism as far as tourism employment is concerned within this year. To further augment our efforts towards ensuring that our fellow Filipinos are employed in tourism, we have partnered with the Department of Labor and Employment that has resulted in the mounting of the very first Trabajo Turismo Ascenso tourism job fairs, which we have since instituted in no less than 6 key destinations in the Philippines, offering over 21,000 in tourism employment opportunities. This effort continues in partnership with the DOLE, as we will be mounting other labor job fairs as well in the coming months and in 2024. Finally, we have a forthcoming partnership with the TESDA as far as tourism scholarship for tourism education, and a forthcoming signing with TESDA for this purpose. We're also continuing our training of frontline tourism workers to capacitate them for employment and for upward trajectory in their employment in the industry, having trained already over 71,000 employees in the tourism industry thus far. As far as the 2022 distribution of employment by industry, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, 32% of this is in the accommodation, food and beverage sector, 36.5% being in the passenger transport, 15.1% being miscellaneous, meaning spas and other services, 7.3% being in recreation, entertainment, and cultural services, 8.1% being on retail trade on tourism characteristic goods, and finally, 0.9% constitute travel agents, tour operators, and tour guides. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, dito po sa mga in-account, DOLE, TESDA, I will find it out dun sa mga ahensya na yun. But I was asking for the statistics of particularly the 5.35 million tourism industry workers natin. Yung hinihingi ko po, particular, ay regular, underemployed, part-timers, or on-call kung meron kayo. Meron po bang ganong listahan ang DOT? Tapos, Mr. Chair, sa kabila kasi ng ganitong sitwasyon, sa mga sinabi ng Madam Secretary natin, babawasan ng 18% yung tourism industry training program mula 146 million to 120 million. Kumbaga, okay naman, binanggit yung mga incidental na mga work, etc., na hindi, meron pa kayong mga programs, so TESDA, DOLE, etc. But I am interested dito sa 5.35 million, ano? Kung meron po kayong, statistics, list, or whatever, gusto po nating makuha. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, yung TITP, mula 146 million to 120 million, magkano po ba yung original proposal ng DOT dito sa pondo nito? Tapos, paano maapektuhan ng budget cut na ito yung inyong programa? I am asking this, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, kasi meron tayong Tourism Road Infrastructure Program o TRIP, diba? Tapos magkano ang nilalaan natin dito for 2024 budget. Pero, nagbabudget cut tayo ng direct natin sana na pantulong doon sa mga tourism industry workers natin. So kung ma-account nyo kung ano yung kailangan para doon sa mga tourism industry workers, kung meron kang trip na ganito tapos yung tourism industry workers, binabudget cut mo, ano yun?
May we ask the good secretary to please respond?
For the record, Mr. Chair, originally the Department of Tourism had proposed a budget of 15.3 billion to the Department of Budget and Management to include the TRIPS proposal. If we deduct the TRIPS proposal, which constituted originally 8 billion on the part of the DOT, that's a little over 7.3 billion that we had proposed. The ceiling that was finally approved as reflected in the NEP is pegged at 2.9 billion. With regard to the specifics of the TISP, I yield to Assistant Secretary Rica Bueno to answer this question.
ASEC Rica Bueno, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. For the Tourism Industry Skills Program of the Department of Tourism, the department would usually have a regular budget of a total of 140 million. 146 million nga yung last. Yes, actually, because that the 100 is actually allotted for the Tourism Industry Skills Program, and the remaining is lodged at the Office of Industry Manpower Development. Although the 100 million is actually distributed also to our regional offices dedicated for the training of our tourism stakeholders, both in the formal sector, in the various establishments, as well as informal sector, meaning including the community-based tourism organizations, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Chair, meron bang listahan ng trip program ang DOT ngayon na available?
Kong Arlene, the DOT has committed that they will provide this committee a list, and also we would ask the same with the DPWH to provide us the same list,
Yes.
Kong Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as of now, wala. Walang listahan.
If I remember correctly, meron pong allocated for trips, but it is lodged with the Department of Public Works and Highways. The submitted list came from the Department of Tourism, pero ang final po na list ay nanggagaling sa Department of Public Works and Highways.
So, Mr. Chair, may mga tanong kasi ako sa hatian or sa alokasyon nung TRIPS program. But balikan ko lang yung sa 146 million patungong 120 million kasi yung tanong ko doon, paano nakaka-apekto sa budget, makaka-apekto sa budget ninyo yung budget cut na ito. Mr. Chair, kasi iba naman yung allocation talaga ng TRIP, pero itong usapin ng Tourism Industry Training Program na bumabangon yung mga manggagawa natin, kasi after the pandemic, yan naman yung kailangan nating pondohan eh. Maliit lang po ito, pero malaking bagay ito para sa mga tourism workers natin, na naapektuhan ng pandemya. Hindi ba dapat yun yung itataas nating budget, supposedly? So, hindi naman natin pwedeng iasa sa mga local tourism, sa LGUs, yung mga tourism destinations, etc., di ba? So, malaking bagay po kung itataas ito, tapos, kung mga daan, tulay, 'di ba? Hindi naman yun yung kailangan. Parang ngayon, mas kailangan natin tulungan yung mga manggagawa natin umangat after nung pandemic. So, hindi pa siya umaabot sa pre-pandemic levels, 'di ba? Yung kaganapan ngayon, Mr. Chair.
Before I ask the Secretary to respond, Kong Arlene, I think you have about 5 seconds left to wrap up. So please, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, we certainly welcome the efforts of the good representative to assist the Department of Tourism in ensuring that the budget that was taken out would be put back as far as the training is concerned, recognizing this to be a priority on the part of the department. Secondly, with regard to tourism employment, we value greatly the same, which is why, as a result of the efforts of the Marcos administration, we are now at 93% recovery in terms of tourism employment and look to exceed our targets as far as 2023 is concerned, and we can assure of our continued efforts at upskilling our workers through our various training programs.
Kong Arlene, please wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kailangan talagang paglaanan ng pondo ang suporta sa mga tourism workers, pati yung mga kaugnay na MSMEs nito, Kasi yun yung gusto sana natin idiin, sa pondo ng DOT. Sa halip ng mga tulay, daan, etc., baka maging balon pa ng mga korupsyon yan. Mas yung pagpapayaman ng tourism areas na pinoprotektahan ang karapatan ng mga manggagawa, gayon din ang ating kalikasan ang sana ipauna natin. Mr. Chair, thank you. Maraming salamat, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Kong Arlene. Next to give his interpellation is the Representative Solomon Chongalao. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good day to the DOT family. Considering that the other matter that has been asked by the prior interpreters, I would like to go straight to my parochial and minor concerns. Madam Secretary, may I know if the Banawi Hotel is still being run and managed by DOT?
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield to Tiaza to answer this question.
Sir Mark, yes.
Mr. Chair, yes, it's under the operation of CHESA.
I asked that question because I heard a rumor that the management is supposed to be given to a private corporation. Is there truth to the rumor?
It is subject for a joint venture. It's open for joint venture, but up to now, Mr. Chair, there's no private party who's been engaging CHESA right now. But right now, we're under the renovation of the property, Mr. Chair, because it suffered a flash flood during one of the typhoons.
Thank you. The reason I asked that is during the enactment of the tourism law in 2009, chaired by Congressman Chato and Senator Cordon, I ensured that the Banawi Hotel cannot be privatized. It will remain with the OT. Kaya we are concerned on that. No. Now, the second question I would like to ask is the NCCA, National Cultural and Arts, under the supervision or jurisdiction of the DOT?
Please respond, Secretary Cristina.
Mr. Chair, no, it is not.
Thank you. The reason I ask is connected with my last question. In 1994, under the Ramos administration, President Ramos issued Executive Order 158 creating the Rice Terraces Commission. Then after Ramos, President Estrada issued EO number 77 making it the Banawi Rice Terraces Task Force. And after Estrada, GMA transferred the preservation and maintenance of the rice terraces to the NCCA headed by Yusek Quantic of the DOT, who was heading NCCA. Binilyaso nila yung pondo. Now, my concern is the Ipuga rice terrace is now placed by UNESCO under the endangered list of tourism or heritage site. Now, I have a bill which is now with the Department or the Committee of Tourism to create the Ipuga Terrace Task Force or Commission for the preservation and maintenance of the rice terraces, which is a heritage site. I hope the Department of Tourism will support that bill. Nandito si Chairman ng Committee on Tourism that will be headed by the Department of Tourism as Chairman and the Department of Agriculture as Vice Chair. Kasi that the Ipuga Rice Terrace Commission or Rice Terrace is the only social cultural living UNESCO heritage site. Kapag we lose that, it will be lost forever. Important yan. So I hope that the Department of Tourism will fully support that. Nandito si Chairman Madonna on the Committee on Tourism. I hope you can fast track that. Kasi if we will not maintain or preserve the rice terraces at this point of time, we will lose it forever. Malamin, it's frustrating kasi walang maintenance and there are no support from the national government. Important naman yan eh. That's one of the areas where we are proud uniquely Philippines. A lot of areas are trying to imitate it, but they cannot imitate the social and cultural heritage value of the Ipuga Rice Terraces Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask a commitment from the Secretary of Tourism?
Secretary Cristina, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I confirm that the Department of Tourism recognizes the natural and heritage value of the rice terraces, which is why I am confident in expressing our support for the initiative of the good representative, and this support can be fully translated by the fact that the TIAZA is able to earmark funds under the law to support the NCCA. Since the NCCA is a body independent of the Department of Tourism, we will certainly present the concerns to the NCCA and at the same time raise the matter before the board of which we occupy a seat. Finally, from our regional office, we have supported the initiatives to protect the rice terraces and have also submitted a position paper in relation to the pending legislative matter.
Thank you, Secretary Cristina. Consul, meron lang po akong, may we be enlightened, how how big is the land area covered by the Banawe rice terraces? Does this department have data? O Chesa? Wala. Kong Sol, baka kayo po alam ninyo.
Wala po.
The Banawe rice terraces is only one of the heritage sites of the Ifugao rice terraces, but there are 5 heritage sites in Ifugao. The Banawe rice terraces, the Unduan rice terraces, the Kangan rice terraces, the Bayoya rice terraces. So it's practically in the entire province of Ifugao.
How big, boss? Do you have any idea kung ano po yung total area, Kong Sol?
More than 100 hectares yan eh. 5 sites yan eh. It covers 5 municipalities. Kaya sa Banawe, there are 3 heritage sites in Banawe alone. The Batat rice terraces, the Bangan, and the Viewpoint, including the other municipalities. Kaya malaki yun eh.
Thank you, Kong Sol. Do you have any other question directed to the good secretary?
I will reserve it later on when I visit the office of the secretary and the headed by Mark Lapiter. Kinakapunta na siya sa Banawe. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Sol. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Salvador Plato. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maganda nga po sa kanila lahat, Madam Secretary, at saka yung pamilya ng DOT, other colleagues. The areas in District 6 of the province of Bulacan are hubs for sustainable tourism. There are beautiful sites that remains unexplored, and since I started my stint as congressman, I have personally visited remarkable areas. I immediately saw the potential of natural resources, more particularly in the towns of Norsagaray and Angat. I have discussed this with you, Madam Secretary, and your team, including the team from TESA, and promptly took action to inspect and occupier the areas. Therefore, they sent us the proposals, and together we have come up with a long-term plan, and we are already starting on the initial site, which is the Angat Rainforest Ecological Park View Deck, located at Barangay San Lorenzo, Norsagaray, Bulacan. Thus, I would like just to thank the Department of Tourism, to the Secretary, Madam Prasco, for your support and very active participation in the endeavor of this representation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Plato. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Jaime Fresnedi. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kong, please proceed.
Madam Secretary and the DOT family, good afternoon. I noticed that the share allocation for the NCR is 12.5% or 374 million of the total budget of DOT. May we know from Madam Secretary the guidelines for the availment or for the allocations of the budget for the region, because the city of Muntinlupa in early 2000s declared 5 sites within the Bureau of Corrections as historical sites, and it was recognized by the National Historical Commission. And way back in 1980s, Muntinlupa was being visited by hundreds, maybe thousands of Japanese visitors, because within the jurisdictions of Bucor located the Japanese cemetery, and very significant to the Japanese people, this Japanese cemetery, because their war veterans were buried in this Japanese cemetery. I would like to know if the DOT has some program for the maintenance or the promotions of this historical site in the Bureau of Corrections, because during my time as a local chief executive, I do not remember being visited by, representative from DOT. And I appreciate, because last week, your representative visited the office of the mayor, and the tourism officer talked to me regarding some concern. I just would like to know also, Madam Secretary, that also the beneficiaries for the last 5 years in Metro Manila of the cities who benefited from the budget of the DOT. That will be all.
Secretary, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I'm happy to confirm that Muntinlupa is part of the identified hubs for the Philippine hop-on, hop-off bus tours, and which will give direct access for our foreign and local tourists to your identified destinations. That being said, we've requested the Regional Director of NCR to be here to confirm the efforts that have been made by the regional office to coordinate with the local government unit of Muntinlupa as far as its support for the promotion of the sites that you had mentioned. I'd also like to put it on record, Mr. Chair, that we are now in product development for remembrance tours in relation to our history as far as that period of the Philippines was concerned. This is also in relation to our efforts to identify sites all over the Philippines that have any relationship with the war, with the intention of identifying the sites as being for tourism promotion as well. So if the good representative would wish, our regional director can give you the full details on the coordination between the DOT and the LGU as far as the promotion of the sites that you mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And may we be furnish a copy of the last 5 years of the beneficiaries of the budget allocation for the NCR. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank
yes,
you,
Mr. Chair, we will furnish.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Jaime. Thank you, Secretary. Next to interpolate this, the Honorable Mark Go. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask questions, Mr. Chair, I would like to first thank the Department of Tourism, the Tourism Promotion Board, and the TIESA for supporting the City of Baguio. I think there is no amount of probably appreciation that we can extend to DOT for all the things that they've done for the City of Baguio. My question here is, how much was the original recommended budget of DOT, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, the original proposal of the Department of Tourism to the DBM was pegged at 15.3 billion pesos to include budget for the trips. If you take away the budget for the trips amounting to 8B, that would amount to 7.3 billion.
And what they only approve is 2.9 billion pesos. To me, that is very frustrating, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. You mentioned earlier when you presented that the President considered this tourism as the top priority of the country. We have a total receipt of 1.87 trillion coming from the, the tourism industry. We have employed or employed by the tourism industry of about 5.35 million people, and it contributes about 6.2% to our gross domestic product. And it's really frustrating, not only frustrating, but really, I think, unacceptable that the budget is even reduced from its 2023 budget. Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary, I would like to manifest today that I think it's the less we can do is to bring back the original budget of DOT, if not to the level that you recommended, but it should be no less than the budget that was approved in 2023, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. I know that you have been doing a lot of good job, and I would like to state here also that I was there physically when you launched the theme of our tourism, which is Love the Philippines, and it was a very impressive presentation. And I think the small kink that happened should not really stop us from pursuing the same theme that will really help our country. So having said that, I would like to manifest now, and I think during the appropriate time, I will recommend that we will bring back the original budget of the Department of Tourism, and the list would be the 3.7 billion pesos as now the budget of the Department of Tourism. So again, that's all what I have, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. Again, thank you very much to DOT, to the Tourism Promotion Board, and the TIESA for really supporting our city. And we know that this is the, I would say, the lifeblood, so to speak, of our city, particularly, of course, during after the pandemic. So again, thank you at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Thank you, Kong Mark. Next to interpolate is Congressman Bambi Emano. Are you around, Your Honor? Next on our list is Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to Secretary Cristina Frasco, the officialdom of the Department of Tourism, and all its attached agencies. Mr. Chairman, Republic Act 95-93 recognizes tourism as an indispensable, the word, Mr. Chairman, is indispensable, element of the national economy. And it is an industry, according to our law, an industry of national interest and importance. That is why I am here today, to support the budget and to support Secretary Frasco. Ngayong hapon, a Bisaya like me, we're very proud of you. You're a very competent, diligent, hardworking secretary, daughter of the illustrious governor of Cebu, our former colleague Gwen Garcia. That is why, Mr. Chairman, today, this afternoon, the representative of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro would like to express our thanks to the Secretary and to our outstanding Regional Director. Can you take a bow? This is our Director, Onchuan, May Onchuan, a Cagayanon like me. And because we work together, Secretary, we have just launched our historical trail, a congressional committee composed also with your Director, a historical trail for the 3 provinces of Misamis Oriental, Camiguin, and Cagayan de Oro. We have identified, Mr. Chairman, 37 historical sites, and the ruins are still there. Some are 17th century vintage. The horno, the bricks that made the Baclayon Church, was made in Cagayan de Oro. Spanish priests, Jesuits built that. Our cathedral is 1700. Our water tank. We invite everyone at this moment to come and walk with me through these 37 sites of the historical trail. First time that we ever identified that. Thank you for your support. You have supported the launching. You have supported the launching through me, the launching of this endeavor. And because we have this trail, we have to ask you your support, Secretary. to be able to implement, to improve the sites. They are now dilapidated. And this is precisely because tourism is of national importance. We ask, therefore, that during this time, we are going to support fully the budget of the Department of Tourism. Aside from this historical trail of 37 historical sites with ruins still standing, watchtowers, churches, we have also our old Casa Real of Cagayan de Oro. That was the capital building of our city and our province, the Casa Real, where our governor, our Spanish governor stayed. And so, that is the first one. We thank you for that, Secretary. We're talking here of what is the Secretary is doing in our districts. And that is why we are very, very proud and happy of this assistance. Second, with your outstanding Regional Director, May Salvania Unchuan, we already visited the 6 waterfalls, completely forgotten, non-developed. So therefore, we filed 7 bills for our caves to make it ecotourism zone. But we need roads leading to that destination. Next, we have the waterfalls, we have the caves. About 7 waterfalls, 6 caves of Cagayan. Why? The tourists, Mr. Secretary, do not always go to Siargao, to Cebu, to Bohol. After seeing the place, they go to another place. Di ba? Tayo, pag nakapunta na tayo, very seldom to be returned. But we go to new tourist destinations. And that is why there is a need to have that, to be able to develop our tourism. As President, His Excellency, President Bongbong Marcos, stated already in 2 State of the Nation addresses that tourism is an important, vital industry to be supported by government. With all of this pronouncement, Mr. Chairman, the laws, the President, we can do no wrong if we're able to support fully our Department of Tourism, headed by Secretary Frasco. Her husband is our Deputy Speaker. Can we ask our representative to rise, Mr. Chairman? Because I appreciate this young DS. He's a very good man and a very good leader. And that is why, because of this, Mr. Chairman, I therefore move that we increase. I talked to some. I-move ko na, even if it is not due yet.
Honorable Kong Rufus Rodriguez, please proceed with your...
Thank you. See, we have also a very handsome, competent chairman here. Thank you for chairing this. And so therefore, Mr. Chairman, I understand that 8 billion would have been what was asked by the DBM, is a seal of 8 billion for the road, tourism roads infrastructure program, the trips. However, what they gave, thank you, Bong. Dito yung nawala yung name ni Bong. Bong Teves, the better Teves. Mr. Chairman, I am in conference with some of our members of Congress. I'd like to thank Secretary Frasco because you gave me a road leading to a tourist destination. And this will be a birthday gift to Mama Mary, September 8th. Because this will go to the Guadalupe Shrine in my barangay. We're going to, cement this with our pilgrims will go there. Thank you for that, and you'll be blessed by the Blessed Virgin Mary. But others, Mr. Chairman, have no road leading to tourist destination because the funds are limited. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I move that we restore 3 billion so that some of our members in Congress, especially those present here, because their names are listed there. Only those present, because those absent have no interest. They have no interest. We also have interest, are here to express our sentiments, and there is a list there, and I have that list. And we give that to Secretary Frasco. For those who have no road leading to tourist destination, we ask, so in the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, we are going to move that we restore 3 billion so that we can give to all our colleagues here. because we need their tourist attractions. This will be the new wave, the way to the future of a Philippines that we love, and the Philippines we are proud of, and we bring all the tourists in the Philippines and have our domestic tourists go around our country. With that, Mr. Chairman, may I hear the response of our Secretary Fresco.
Christina, please proceed.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to the good representative for his very well-articulated support for the tourism industry, with my assurances that the passion with which you have approached the development of your district is equally shared by myself and the entire department, as well as all of our regional offices. I had the privilege of visiting your district on August 4 when I landed in Laguindingan to proceed to Manolo Fortich to inaugurate the very first tourist rest area in Mindanao. And I have seen the result of your hard work with the very beautifully cemented roads. And yet I confirm that we will continue to support the tourism road infrastructure projects through the submission of our list to the DPWH, which they have since carried in the NEP. With regard to the requests for the further development of the areas with waterfalls, I can confirm that we have already endorsed it positively to the TIAZA, and we will certainly follow up with the TIAZA as far as the prioritization of the same. We are very pleased to confirm the efforts of our regional office in launching the very first heritage trail for the region, and I'm very happy to inform the good representative that in a few short days I will be returning to your province to dive, as we are also looking at expanding dive tourism in your region.
Thank you very much, Secretary. That is the most correct answer I have heard today. Now, may I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Unfortunately, Kong Rufus, your time has
I thought the introductory speech is excluded.
Unfortunately,
we understand the rule, Mr. Chairman. I am just so happy that with the commitment of our good secretary, that Cagayan de Oro, Region 10, Mindanao, will be assisted in our endeavors to make it not only a land of promise, but a land of fulfillment in tourism. You see? So because we have a lot of tourist potentials in Mindanao, the rice, the granary, the growth, the breadbasket of the Philippines. So therefore, thank you, Secretary, for taking a look at your neighbor. Cebu, Mindanao, we're very near. We're just a night away. So thank you very much, Secretary, to the DOT family and the attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Rufus, and rest assured that I, along with many of the members who are present here, fully supports the increase of the budget of the DOT. And at the proper time, Kong Rufus, that we hope that you can still make that motion. Thank you, Kong Rufus. Next to interpolate is the Representative Jervil Luistro. Are you around, Your Honor? Kong Luistro, are you here? So next is Kong JJ Romualdo. Are you around? Kong Romualdo. Next on our list is Vice Chair Eric Martinez. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Good afternoon. A year ago, I raised this very same issue during our committee hearing about the budget of the OTR. And this issue was raised because of the importance of sports tourism in bringing in new tourists in our country. 10 days from now, I think would be the biggest basketball sports spectacle that would happen, the FIBA World Championship. And a year ago, I also state the numbers and the potentials of the said sports tourism event. The 2019 World Cup was able, the numbers are 3 billion viewers during the 2019 World Cup, 1.5 billion views on social media. And raising that issue at that time is the potential of tourism arrivals. So I told that a year ago, maghanda na tayo to promote our country. Aside from this, the fans of these countries watching, they could do side trips. Pwede silang manood ng basketball, pwede silang mag-side trip sa iba't ibang important tourism areas that we have. How far have we gone a year ago? And what are the numbers and potentials of tourism arrival of the World FIBA Cup that will be coming 10 days from now?
Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have gone quite far in the year that has passed in our support for the FIBA, having organized a consortium, a tourism consortium that is composed of the DOT, the TIAZA, as well as the institutional tourism stakeholders that have assisted us in coming up with FIBA World Cup tour packages that we launched last month that are available via www.discoverphilippines.travel, wherein from August 1 to September 30, tourists that will come to the Philippines would be able to avail of very well-packaged tour destinations to any of the following destinations: Bacolod, Batangas, Bohol, Boracay, Cavite, Cebu, Davao, Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Iloilo, La Union, Manila, Palawan, Pampanga, and Tagaytay. We worked very closely with our partners, namely the Philippine Tour Operators Association, the Organization of Hotel Sales and Marketing Professionals, the Pacific Asia Travel Association, as well as the Tourism Congress of the Philippines in coming up with these tourism packages that offer discounted rates for tours that can be had pre and post the World Cup. That being said, the extent of the support of the department also concerns all logistical requirements as far as airport assistance arrival, as well as site enhancements in collaboration with TIAZA in areas in Pasay, Quezon City, and BGC, and assistance as well during the Trophy Cup tours in Davao, Cebu, Ilocos, and Manila. We're also ensuring that we have designated tour package desks for purposes of providing access to selling the FIBA World Cup tours. In addition to this, we have also linked the FIBA World Cup to our Philippines Hop-On, Hop-Off for purposes of tourists that are interested in visiting any of our key destinations under the Hop-On, Hop-Off tour. Furthermore, we have mobilized our foreign offices abroad and all over the world to assist us in the marketing of the FIBA World Cup tours, and we have also, through the Tourism Promotions Board, committed to hosting the networking of the related to the FIBA World Cup, the networking night specifically, to ensure that our visitors are able to fully immerse in the Philippine experience and the excellence of Filipino hospitality. We have provided training sessions for the FIBA Local Organizing Committee and volunteers, numbering no less than 450 thus far, and with a target of up to 700. Furthermore, we have also worked very closely with the FIBA Organizing Committee as far as ensuring their goal of being able to breach the world record for spectators, which was pegged at, if I'm not mistaken, around 30,000. They hope to be able to breach the over 50,000 number, and we fully intend to support this initiative.
What is the projected tourist arrival from this sports spectacle? Do you have any projections?
The projections that we have pertain to the spectators of the World Cup, which is numbered at around over 50,000, as estimated by SMART and PLDT.
50,000 foreign tourists arriving in Manila. So it depends if China qualifies.
That's a composite of foreign and domestic, Mr.
If
Chair.
China qualifies in the quarterfinals, it's going to be big. If Slovenia of Luka Doncic qualifies in quarterfinals, the Slovenians are coming over. Definitely, the Italians will be coming over, the Dominican Republics. So, 3 billion viewers. Secretary, nagkaroon ba kayo ng idea na habang nanonood yung China kalaban, halimbawa USA, meron ba tayong commercial doon sa kanilang local TV na nag-time out yung team, tapos magpop-up, may commercial tayo na promote yung come visit the Philippines? Having China reach the quarterfinals, just imagine the number of viewership it would present. Tapos kung may commercial tayo ron na come visit, love the Philippines, meron ba tayong ganon in this World Cup?
We have presented already. Yes. Mr. Chair, as the rights to FIBA are entirely with the organizing committee, we have submitted our proposal as far as marketing the Philippines and the Love the Philippines campaign as an opportunity during the games.
So what would happen with that proposal? Meron kayong commercial during the games?
We have proposed to market through the organizing committee, Mr. Chair, and the matter is now under negotiation.
Up to now, 10 days before the games, wala pang
Mr. Chair, the
clarity?
decision is not with the Department of Tourism, but rather with the FIBA, which holds the rights to hold the games.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, kasi yung punto ko lang doon, if China makes the quarterfinals, just imagine how many people will watch that games in China. And this is a potential, may commercial lang tayo doon, every time out, ma-flash love the Philippines. I think that's the most cheapest way of promoting our country. Wala pa tayo ron. There's no possibility to that, Secretary?
There is a possibility, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, we already submitted our proposal to the organizing committee, and we are awaiting their response on the matter. We can assure you of our constant follow-up as we have been.
Please, Secretary, because 3 billion viewers of 2019 could be more. And hopefully we could exploit the situation of promoting this country in this FIBA World Cup. The last question, Mr. Chair, is this would be of local. I would need your regional director to coordinate with my office with the issue of hop-on, hop-off. We're in the 2nd District of Valenzuela, and we have some beautiful sites there that hopefully could warrant your attention in those hop-on, hop-offs destinations you have in the National Capital Region.
Please proceed, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I can happily confirm that Valenzuela is in the pipeline for next year's implementation of the Philippine Hop-on, Hop-off.
Yeah, please, and just want on a coordination on my office so I could fully explain the different facets of our tourism destinations in the city, Secretary. So that would be it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And hopefully FIBA World Cup could serve as an impetus for us in promoting tourism with regards to the potential viewership it would create worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Eric. Next, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Budoy Madrona to recognize the Chairman of the Tourism Committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. Magandang hapon sa aking mga minamahal galing sa Department of Tourism, led by, of course, our always busy and very, very productive Secretary and the members of this committee. So, anyway, I would want to congratulate our department for a very, very well done job. Frankly, I am so amazed with your performance, but I was so disgusted when I saw that the budget approved vis-a-vis your request was so far. Frankly, you already launched the National Tourism Development Plan. That should really translate to a lot of good things, not only for our country, but also for the districts of our different congressmen. On the record, we have already passed almost 200 bills requesting for declaration of tourist destinations And I note that in your National Tourism Development Plan, your number one priority is improvement of tourism infra and accessibility. So I would want to join the sentiments of our members and as chairman of tourism in support of all of this declaration for tourist areas, that your budget in the Office of the Secretary be restored to at least last year's level, but for the committee to seriously consider adding or restoring the requested 8 billion for the trips, for us to be able to give and improve these places, because between us, we cannot just concentrate on like Boracay, Palawan, and these things. Later on, we will have to expect a lot of tourists going to all of these beautiful places as described by my compadre, Congressman Rufus there. No? So we need that. And at the appropriate time, I joined the sentiments of the committee in endorsing the restoration at the leveling of the budget of the Office of the Secretary to the same level as last year or better, and to give at least 8 billion for the trips to address the concerns of our constituents. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Chair Madrona. Next to interpolate is Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves.
The good one.
The good one, the good Teves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, fellow Congressman, especially my boss, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, the Department of Tourism family, of course, my friend, my fraternity brother, the Regional 5 Director, Herbie Aguas. Magaling po yan, ma'am. First, I have a question. Nakita ko lang po, ang budget po natin sa Central Office ay 2.2 billion. And then, ang share naman po ng National Capital Region ay umaabot po sa 374 million. Sa kabuuan, ang Central Office po at ang NCR ay may 86.2% sa kabuuang budget po ng Department of Tourism. At ang nakakalungkot po rito, ang Region 5 po, na kung saan po si Congressman Bong Teves ay taga doon, ay pangatlo po sa pinakamababang budget sa buong region, na meron lamang po kaming 22.3 million pesos. Siguro naman, alam naman po natin lahat na halos ang lahat na Region 5 provinces ay gumagawa na ng mga hakbang kung paano madidevelop ang kanilang mga tourist areas. Pero sa nakikita ko po ay hindi magiging sapat ang 22 million pesos sa 5 province. And then second, may tanong lang po ako. Familiar po ba kayo sa province of Catanduanes? Kasi since 2001, nung ako po ay maging mayor, hanggang naging vice governor, nagpo-promote na po ako doon ng National International Surfing Competition. At hanggang ngayon, may eldest son, Mayor Paulo, is na nagpo-propose siya na magkakaroon ng National Surfing Competition or International this coming October. At gusto ko rin ipalam sa inyo lahat na this coming October, meron pong pupunta doon na cruise ship from Australia. Ibig sabihin, isa po ang Catanduanes sa napili na puntahan ng cruise ship from Australia sa buong Region 5
o sa ibang mga region. Kaya yan po ang gusto kong ipalam sa inyo na sana wag niyong pong kalimutan ang probinsya ng Catanduanes. Kasi kung nakikita po natin na may pupunta na ang isang cruise ship from Australia, siguro marami na pong susunod dyan. Lastly, gusto ko rin po ipalam sa inyo na ang Catanduanes po for January 1st hanggang June 2023 lamang, meron na kaming pumunta ng mga local and foreign tourists na umabot ng 183. Ibig sabihin, nadidevelop na po ang province of Catanduanes. At sa part naman, lastly, gusto ko lang itanong sa inyo, ilan na ba ang pondo na naitulong po sa probinsya ng Catanduanes, infra and other assistance? Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Christina, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we have replied to the letter of the good mayor requesting support for surfing, and we have replied with our request for documents to be supplied, and we eagerly await the supply of the same so that we would be able to support the holding of this surfing tournament. With regard to the support for the region, I would like to reiterate, Mr. Chair, that the mere fact that the budget is lodged with the central office does not mean that the investment of the department will purely be with the central office, but rather it is cascaded down to the regions, as precisely the priority of the Marcos administration is to equalize tourism promotion and development. This support is manifested in the form of downloading of funds in flagship projects, for example, that include the Philippine experience, that will give opportunities for our regions to be highlighted through a heritage, culture and arts caravans. So far, we have also given training in the region as well as surfboards to support the tourism industry there as far as surfing is concerned. However, we recognize that there is still much work to be done to fully ensure the maximization of tourism for your region, and that is why first we would be happy to submit the list of support that the DOT has thus far given, including the TIAZA, and second, to have our regional director work closely with your office and that of the local government units as we consider supporting your region to be important to the Department of Tourism.
Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Congo.
Lastly, gusto ko lang malaman kung ilan na ba ang naging infra from sa Catanduanes. Kung hindi pa naman ready, siguro pedala na lang sa office ko. At same the argument of the manifestation of some congressman here, especially boss Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, na if talagang kailangan nyo pa ang dagdag na pondo, susuporta po kami sa Department of Tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves. Next to give his interpellation is Honorable Khalid de Maporo. You are recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to apologize to the Department of Tourism because earlier this morning I was in the Senate for a BICAM, so I missed the presentation and most of the questions, interpellations being asked. So if I'm repeating any questions, please do inform me so we can go through my time much faster. My first question, Mr. Chair, is a follow-up on last year's budget briefing with the DOT. Our good secretary, being a former mayor, experienced a very devastating typhoon in the province of Cebu and Surigao. And when I asked questions to her about it, what can she do now that she is a DOT secretary for the Department of Tourism to assist these typhoon-stricken areas, more or less she said, I requested from DBM pero they did not approve. No, so I would like to know if there has been any reforms, because we can't escape that. Climate change is here, natural disasters are a norm, and we have to be as prepared as possible. So I'd like to, that's my first question. Are there any reforms or preparations under the BBM administration to adjust this to adjust to this new normal of every year my devastating typhoon, and how do we protect and safeguard our tourism site that are vulnerable to these environmental changes?
Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I share in the concern of the good representative as far as the necessity of preparation, protection, rehabilitation, and response, especially in regard climate-related emergencies, which is the reason why we have mobilized both the central office and our regional offices to come up with a DRRM operations manual that specifically sets out crisis response on the part of our regional offices in preparation and in response to climate-related emergencies. Second, as a matter of directive to the TIEZA, I have also articulated how important it is for us to provide infrastructure support, especially to coastal communities that are in need of storm surge protection facilities. And that is the reason why in Bohol, for example, we have a forthcoming project to restore their Alona Beach, which has been devastated by time and tide, as well as related calamities. Third, we are happy to confirm that we have been in talks to support the cruise tourism industry in your region, as well as to support the ASEAN Heritage Park, which has recently been declared as such. Fourth, we have been closely working with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the purpose of crafting the National Ecotourism Sustainable Action Plan, which has now been drafted and being currently reviewed for the purpose of passage of the same. Fifth, we have also revised the national accreditation standards, specifically to provide sustainability criteria for our destinations to ensure that they adopt sustainable tourism as a way of life in their accommodation sectors and resorts. Sixth, we are also reviving the ANAHAW Green Certification Awards to incentivize destinations that adopt these sustainable tourism practices. Seventh, we have partnered to hold the very first international ecotourism expo or congress that was recently held in Cavite that brought leaders in the sustainable and green tourism industry from around the world to articulate the priorities of the Department of Tourism as far as sustainable tourism is concerned. Finally, we would like to assure the good representative that the bedrock of the National Tourism Development Plan is sustainable tourism, which is why we are working very closely with our regional offices as far as supporting their and the central offices initiatives in ensuring that our destinations are preserved for the long run. I must qualify my answer, though, that along with the preservation of nature should also be the preservation of livelihood. And it is the balance of these two which we must strike in order to protect the livelihood of our fellow Filipinos in our tourism destinations. Thank you.
You, Madam Chair, I'd like to, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to commend our good secretary. I mean, it's just been 1 year, and because of her devotion to pushing and propelling tourism here in the Philippines, she's already mentioned, I think, 8 or 9 reforms or initiatives under the Department of Tourism. But I'd like to put on the record a real problem when we face calamity. Walang pera ang quick response fund. That's basically it. And I am hoping, if legislation is needed, that the Department of Tourism can identify in a map where our assets are when it comes to tourism, because you bring in the money, you bring in the taxes. So if these places are hit by natural disasters, they should be prioritized by the QRF, no questions asked. So that's also, I hope, something that can be achieved within the Bongbong Marcos administration so that we won't have a slump in tourism every time a typhoon hits us hard or an earthquake hits us hard. I'd like to also manifest, Madam Chair, that under the Duterte administration, there was a very strong change that he did when it comes to tourism, because everything that the good secretary mentioned can only be achieved with a cooperating local government, local chief executive. Kung walang support ang DILG, kung walang support ang municipal mayor or provincial governor or city mayor, then nothing will really be sustainable. It will just be abused and abused and abused, and that's what happened in Boracay. And that's why our president before called it a cesspool and asked the national government to intervene. We want to know also if this task force is being maintained under the BBM administration in critical tourism areas wherein the DOT, the DILG, and the DNR are working together.
Secretary.
Yes. Mr. Chair, we fully agree on the necessity of a whole-of-nation and whole-of-government approach in the sustainability and preservation of our tourist destinations, which is why we have already proposed the reconstitution of the Boracay IATF for the purpose of sustaining the gains of the Duterte administration for the island, which has now become a model for sustainable tourism worldwide. I have had the opportunity to go to Boracay already and immerse with our tourism stakeholders there, and I'm happy to confirm that the changes that were instituted continue to benefit the island. We are supporting these changes by providing facilities for tourist safety with the institution of a hyperbaric chamber for our divers in that area. That being said, we have also already proposed the constitution of a National Sustainable Tourism Council, populated by the Department of Tourism, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, as well as the DILG and relevant government agencies to be able to have a coordinated approach towards sustaining our tourism destinations. But even prior to the passage of an administrative order creating such a council, we have already worked in convergences with the DENR as well as the DILG. And so we continue to be in close coordination, especially in regard our critical tourism areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the reason why I mentioned that is because in my province, we have if there was a crown jewel in Lanao del Norte for a tourism site, it would be Tinago Falls. And as of now, Tinago Falls, the last time I heard, has a high count of coliform or chloriform, or whatever it's called. No? So it's polluted. And we are facing the same problem where the LGUs are not acting or acting fast enough. So I hope the good secretary, Mr. Chair, can consider replicating the good practice or the good assessment or result that we see in Boracay, and perhaps make regional task force so that provincial governors, municipal mayors, even representatives in the districts can put these three agencies together to kind of push our local chief executives to be a little bit more cognizant on the balance between environment and tourism. So I hope that can be considered, bringing the Boracay model down to the different regions of our country, so especially when there are priority tourism areas. Last, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask about, because the Secretary in her first budget briefing was prior to her first budget briefing, made a press release, I think, about opening Muslim Mindanao tourism, and especially with the tone of the message of our president, he made very strong remarks about the city of Marawi. I'd like to ask the Department of Tourism whether or not we have any accomplishments in terms of opening Muslim Mindanao to the rest of the world, and what do we have in store, or what is the program for Marawi next year and the near future?
Secretary, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the reopening of Mindanao to tourism is a priority of the Marcos administration. It is the land of promise, and it is high time for that promise to be fulfilled as articulated by our President. Which is why, as early as last year, we immediately began coordination with both the Department of National Defense and the Department of Interior towards the signing of a memorandum of agreement to make peace and security the bedrock of tourism development in Mindanao. That signing has since ensued in the city of Zamboanga. In addition to that, we have launched the very first Mindanao Tourism Expo, inviting all regions of Mindanao to participate to be able to bring attention to the viability of the entire region to tourism. What we did was to invite all regional offices from all over the Philippines to participate and attend the Mindanao Tourism Expo and to expose them to the areas, the various tourist destinations in Mindanao through familiarization tours subsequent the Mindanao Tourism Expo. In addition to this, we also launched the Bisita Be My Guest program in Zamboanga as well as in Sultan Kudarat as our support for the Soxargen region. We're also very pleased to inform this body that because of the efforts that have been made by both the government and the private sector towards supporting Muslim-friendly tourism, the Philippines has recently been awarded as the emerging Muslim-friendly destination of the year among all other nations in the world in the Global Halal Tourism Awards in Singapore. Further to that, we have also already launched the flagship program of the Marcos administration called the Philippine Experience in the Davao region. One of the hindrances towards the full reopening of Mindanao to tourism has been the very outdated travel advisories issued by other nations many years ago, but without having been updated to current date status. So what we did in the first holding of the Philippine Experience was to invite embassies and consulates from these countries that issued these travel advisories so that they could see for themselves the real situation of Mindanao, that it is ready and viable for international tourism. What is in the pipeline is for us to follow up on these embassies for them to adjust these travel advisories. We have also articulated this request abroad in our bilateral meetings with my counterparts from other nations. And I'm pleased to confirm that even the President himself has articulated his request for the lifting of these advisories, particular to certain nations, including Japan. We have also ensured that we continue to capacitate our frontline tourism workers in Mindanao, having already trained over 13,000 tourism workers in your region in the Filipino brand of service excellence. In our effort to uplift the quality of accommodation sectors in Mindanao, we have also already accredited over 1,686 establishments towards this purpose. We're very excited to hold several other launchings of tourist rest areas in Mindanao, including one that we're inaugurating in a few short days in Samal Island in Davao del Norte. As far as connectivity, we have also aggressively negotiated with our airline partners in partnership with the Department of Transportation. And what we've seen is a 50% growth in recovery performance in incoming international flights. I would also like to emphasize that Mindanao is a host to several other airports apart from Davao. And so what we did last year is to immediately present our wish list to the DOTR as far as the airport that we wish to be improved and expanded. And we're hopeful that by way of the intervention of the DOTR for this purpose, that these airports can be improved.
Mr. Chair, I know my time is running up, but I would like to just manifest two things. First is I would like to, on behalf of the Lanao region, and because of the message of the President, which specifically stated the city of Marawi, we would really greatly appreciate it if the good Secretary can visit the city of Marawi. Because sometimes, it can be misunderstood na, BARM, it's already autonomous, bahala na kayo sa buhay ninyo. You know, the BARM as a government agency is still in its infancy stage, and they also need your support in the Department of Tourism, especially if they're crafting a tourism development plan for the city of Marawi, which again was mentioned by the President in his SONA message. We don't want in the Lanao region for the people to feel na hanggang salita lang si Bongbong Marcos. What he says gets converted into action, and we would greatly appreciate it if the good secretary can visit the city of Marawi. Secondly, I would like to make a manifestation regarding TIESA. Because from what I heard, na COVID yung pundo ng TIESA or na FLR or whatever, walang pera sila. So they're backed up. And I would like the TIESA to submit to the committee, the committee secretariat, how backed up are we in terms of projects? Because our mayors are still requesting funding from TIESA. And if the fund has not been restored to pre-pandemic levels, then we need to be able to tell our mayors or governor that sorry na lang, I don't think your project will be released next year. Baka it might take 2 or 3 years or 4 years. We need to know the dates or the estimate of TIESA because that affects the planning of the local government units. If they're expecting tourism development projects from TIESA to come out next year, then TIESA is unable to do it because of lack of funds, baka 2 years or 3 years or 4 years from now, then the LGU should know so that they can charge it to their 20% development fund or other local funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my last manifestation, and I'd like to thank the good secretary for her time.
Thank you, Kong Khalid. Next to give this interpellation is Representative Bambi Emano. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, if I may, with your kind indulgence, my apologies.
Please, Secretary, please respond.
Yes. I just wanted to make of record, Mr. Chair, that the Department of Tourism has worked with BARM and continues to do so to support BARM and the provinces under it. And to elaborate, we have given assistance in terms of training. They have adopted the Department of Tourism standards as far as national accreditation is concerned. And the good news is that we have already scheduled for cruise tourism inspection Zamboanga as well as Tawi-Tawi.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kong Emano, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayong hapon sa tanan sa DOT family, CEO Mark Lapid of TIESA, and of course, Attorney Glay, mayong hapon. Madam Secretary, although we're in Quezon City, let me welcome you to the province of Misamis Oriental already. We are 23 towns and we are 2 cities, and we take pride to the fact that we have 2 hot springs, 2 white islands, sandbar, and we have more than 70 waterfalls in the province of Misamis Oriental. And in fact, the international port, container port is in the province, and even the domestic airport, which is Lagindingan, is in Misamis Oriental. And we are actually hoping that it will be upgraded into an international airport very soon for tourist arrival. And may we know if the good secretary is aware of the DOTR's program project, which in regards to the upgrading of Lagindingan Airport?
Mr. Chair, as far as I can recall, since the Department of Tourism sits in the aviation-related boards of the DOTR, our recommendation was sought as far as support for the upgrading of Lagindingan, and we did indeed manifest formally our support for the same. As early as last year as well, we submitted Lagindingan Airport as a priority in terms of the Department of Tourism for improvement by the Department of Transportation. My understanding, although it's the DOTR that can give a more comprehensive answer to this, is that this is now pending before the NEDA, if I'm not mistaken. And so we are hopeful that the expansion can ensue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And NED actually approved it already, Mr. Chair. And we thank from the bottom of our hearts not only Misamis Oriental but the entire northern Mindanao for helping us upgrade into an international airport. Second, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, may I know if the good secretary is aware of a group that's ATOP, the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I know what's their, if they have a role with the DOT as of the moment?
I have had the opportunity to meet the officials of the ATOP and have in fact held consultations with them to understand their concerns, chief of which, if I'm not mistaken, is the inclusion of tourism officers as a mandatory position in local government units. And I assured them of our support and requested for their position paper so that we may endorse the same to the House of Representatives.
We actually were already in receipt of the said request, and we committed, Secretary Madrona, I as the Vice Chair of the committee, has committed that we will be filing the bill and hoping, Mr. Chair, that ATOP will be given a bigger role. When I was governor, I was able to host them for a convention, and they had very wonderful ideas, and hopefully they too will be able to help the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chair. And third, Mr. Chair, may I know if how many tourist rest areas were implemented for calendar year 2023? I don't know if it was asked already, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I was in the other committee hearing.
Mr. Chair, 10 tourist rest areas have been broken ground on, constructed, some of which have been inaugurated. And there are 15 more in the pipeline for 2024.
So 10 for 2023 and 25 for 2024.
15 for 2024.
15 for 16?
15.
16? Akala ko 16 eh. Yeah, 15.
30.
Because I actually, Madam Mr. Chair, really, we have a very interesting area which is in the municipality of Initaw, Mr. Chair. It's the only landscape and seascape in the whole country. Lush green forest meeting the seaside. And in between, or in the middle, Mr. Chair, the highway passes through. And it is in the middle of Cagayan de Oro City and Iligan City. And all those who go to the western part of northern Mindanao, usually, of course, all of them passes that road. And when I looked at the proposal of our regional director, I was saddened because Initaw, in Misamis Oriental, was not endorsed. Madam Chair, could we make it 16? Hopefully. With bended knees, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, as I am on bended knee before the House of Representatives, I join you in your supplication for more funding to support our initiatives. But since our tourist rest areas are actually funded by our infrastructure arm, TIEZA, we will certainly take with serious consideration your appeal for a TRA. And we will work closely with GM Mark Lapid for this purpose.
Boss, maawa ka, boss. Thank you. Love you. Really, it's a very wonderful area. There's tarsier in the area, wild monkeys. Yung iba nga nasasagasaan eh. Totoo. Very sad, but really, very sad. Nasasagasaan because it's a highway. It's a route really from Cagayan de Oro to Iligan City. But would be very wonderful if we could put a tourist rest area, Madam, Mr. Chair. And, yeah, Mr. Chair, I wanted really to ask a lot, but, Department of Tourism had been very helpful to my province when I was governor of Misamis Oriental. And I know there are a lot of us here requesting and asking budget from Department of Tourism, and yet they have a very minuscule budget compared to other countries. As the saying, as the businessman says it, money begets money. If we are not able to improve the budget of Department of Tourism, then we will never be able to improve our facilities, our sites. So I join whoever, Madam Chair, who endorsed your budget if it will be increased. I will be the one of those who will sign it, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, because I believe in tourism. When I was governor, it was my flagship program. And I thank the good secretary for what she has done, and of course with the husband, and of course the committee. And hopefully it will not be 15 but 16. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maayong hapon.
Thank you, Congressman Emano. Next on our list is Vice Chair Divine Yu. Vice Chair Divine, are you around? Next is Representative Rochelle Singson. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Madam Secretary. So during the past few hours, we have heard a lot on expenditures pertaining to the local situation, so local infrastructure, local programs, and local operations. So what I want to know is more on outside of the Philippines, because of course I know we can all agree that tourism is a main component of it is more on marketing the beauty of our country to all of the other countries. So with that, Madam Secretary, could you enlighten us more on the programs and perhaps unique ideas that the Tourism Department has in marketing aggressively the beauty of our country to the other countries and globally?
Sec. Cristina, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can confirm that the efforts of the Department of Tourism, along with its attached agency, the Tourism Promotions Board, has sustained our aggressive efforts towards marketing the Philippines here and abroad, having participated in no less than 23 international exhibitions that have yielded for the country over 3.5 billion pesos. We have also sought to highlight not only our well-known destinations to the world, but also including our emerging destinations. And one of the flagship programs of the Marcos administration as a component of the partnership of the DOT and the TPB is actually the launch of a travel application called the Travel App that we will be launching very soon to cover all regions of the Philippines, to give tourists from here and around the world direct accessibility to the destinations in the country. Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield the floor to the COO of the Tourism Promotions Board to expound on these promotional efforts.
Thank you, Secretary. Sorry.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Cristina. So to just further expound on that, Mr. Chair, a big part of our budget actually goes into international promotions, really just to sustain our presence all over the world. So for the past maybe 5 to 10 years, we have committed, let's say, to the World Travel Mart in London, the ITB in Berlin. And to share also, just this year, during the Arabian Travel Mart, we had to cut down, since our budget was cut from the year before, we had to cut down the Arabian Travel Mart show. But we saw our biggest sales leads yet at 800 million for just one show. So I was saying we can put more to enhance that further, make it a bigger show. Kaya pa yon. We can bring in more sales leads into that. But to assure, Mr. Chair, that really we are looking to really sustain our presence all over the world. And also the Secretary mentioned that we are launching our Travel PH app very soon, maybe in the next month or two. So this travel app will be able to show the world our 7,641 islands in the palm of your hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, COO Nograles.
I have follow-up
please
questions.
proceed. Yeah, please.
Yeah, since this is a budget briefing, do you feel that we have enough budget in this component of marketing aggressively our country?
Should I answer? Mr. Chair, actually, we are working with what budget we have, but of course there is still room to expound and enhance further. The time for the Philippines is now, so really we can expound further.
I have another comment, Mr. Chair. So I noticed our neighboring countries like Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, they are more well-known to other countries. And I think one of the reasons is because they are always featured in a lot of Hollywood movies or featured in television series. So maybe my question is, do you have any efforts similar to this that would showcase our country to a larger market? And if not, maybe this can serve as a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I cannot agree more with that. Actually, we have a number of FAM tours that we make available to our different markets, most especially the Korean market, also the Japanese market, for them to come visit and see locations where they can maybe film and locations where they can promote more in their country. So given more budget, we can invite more of these filmmakers and influencers and tour operators into our country. So yes, we will also definitely take that into consideration.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add to what has been said by our COO of the TPD.
Please proceed, Secretary.
Yes, we have identified the development of film tourism as a priority agenda of the Department of Tourism, which is why this year we held a listening tour with Hollywood executives in Los Angeles, precisely to introduce the Philippines as a viable destination for the filming of movies, commercials, documentaries, and the like, and we're in continued coordination with them. The reality that we face is that the incentives offered by the Philippines vis-a-vis our direct competitors and the ASEAN pale in comparison, which is why in coordination with the Film Development Council of the Philippines, we are entering into a memorandum of agreement to explore how we may be able to introduce, either by presidential action or legislative action, revisions to the present incentives of the FDCP, which at present are only at up to $200,000 US. And therefore, we can assure that the growth of film tourism is a matter that we are working on at present together with the FDCP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions. And of course, I want to commend the DOT and the Good Secretary for the work that you guys have been doing. I noticed the amount of detail that you put, Madam Secretary, into both understanding every component and all the moving components of the tourism department, plus the detail that you take in the implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Singson. Next to give this interpellation is Vice Chairperson Joseph Bilag. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be short since we're running out of time, and I think 1:30 will be the budget briefing of Department of Foreign Affairs. So, magandang hapon po sa family ng Department of Tourism. First and foremost, let me thank you, the department, for supporting our district. No, even though Nueva Ecija is known as a rice granary of the Philippines, in the past 6 years, no, in my district, we were able to receive your support by giving us access roads to our two tourist destination. One is in the Pinsal Falls in Lupao, and then the other one is the Kadaklan Falls in the municipality of Pantabangan. And during the time of my wife, Representative Mickey Villago, nangyari po lahat to. And so I think by this year, with the multi-year budget given by the DPWH and the DOT, matatapos na po yung dalawang programs na yun. Even though we are rice granary, we still have the beauty of the nature of Sierra Madre Mountains. No? So since nasa amin po yung Sierra Madre, marami pa rin ho kaming mga tourist destinations. And during the last Congress, my wife submitted another 2 proposals for another 2 beautiful falls in our district. One is Aloha Falls in the municipality of Karanglan, and the one is the one in General Luna Falls in the municipality of Rizal. No? Madam Secretary, supposed to be, I was supposed to submit this proposal during our supposedly canceled meeting nung ating pong Central Luzon Block. So it will just be an opportunity today that I will personally submit to you my letter for those two projects na. And I also join my colleague, De Rufus Rodriguez, na ibalik yung proposal nyo na additional 3 billion na ibalik sa 8 billion. At sana po ay hopefully kung ma-approve po ito, masama po sa pipeline yung aming dalawang proposal. That's all, Mr. Chair. Just a manifestation and a parochial concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Villago. Is there a response from the good secretary?
Mr. Chair, we are in receipt of a letter dated May 3, 2023 concerning assistance necessitated for the rehabilitation of the road to Aloha Falls. And I can confirm that we have endorsed the same to the TIAZA. I can also assure the good congressman of our consistent efforts towards funding of the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program as a result of our collaboration with the DPWH.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Congressman Villago. Next is Vice Chairperson Ria Vergara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Frasco, for the very impressive presentation. I was watching you and you were not reading your opening remarks. This phrase of yours stuck with me when you said peace and security is the bedrock of tourism. And while I know this is under the DFA, I'm just wondering why we chose China to be the first country to roll out our e-visa, considering they're the ones with the territorial dispute. Might we be not sending the wrong signal? Why didn't we choose India instead? And they also have the most number of illegal aliens that were deported in the last couple of years. So I'd just like to ask, why did we choose China and not India? That's all, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, according to global statistics that is also supported by the United Nations World Tourism Organization, in 2019, China was identified as the #1 supplier of global outbound tourists, numbering at no less than 160 million. Of that number, over 30 million went to the ASEAN, and of that number, 10 million went to Thailand, while only less than 2 million went to the Philippines. In the beginning of this year, our President held a successful state visit to China, wherein an implementation program was signed between the Philippines and China as far as joint efforts towards tourism development. And there it was agreed that joint efforts would be made to facilitate tourists inbound and outbound. While we understand that there are political considerations that need to be had as far as the present circumstances, we also recognize the value that Chinese tourists bring not only in numbers but also in visitor receipts. Visitor receipts that would well benefit the country, especially as we are now still in the recovery stage of tourism, not having yet reached our pre-pandemic numbers. I would like to qualify as well that the launch of the electronic visa system by the DFA and the DICT will not focus on China alone, although China is the initial market, but will also extend to India, which is also recognized as one of the top suppliers of outbound tourists to the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to point out that maybe we should consider which country we should first launch this. It's like a carrot and stick where fighting with them about our West Philippine Sea, and then we launch our e-visa in their country first. So it's just, it doesn't look good. That's all, Madam, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, good Secretary.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ria. Next to give his interpellation is Representative Gus Tambunting. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Unang-una ay gusto kong batiin ang ating mahal na Secretary Frasco at ang DOT family. Alam po ninyo, noong 2013, nung unang akong naging kongresista, ang naging una kong kaibigan dito ay walang iba kung hindi si Gobernador Gwen Garcia, at ang tawagan namin yan ay BFF kasi lagi ko kami magkasama at siya lang ko talaga ang tinawag kong BFF dito sa Kongreso. Pero napansin ko, and I've noticed, Madam Secretary, na if I'm not looking at you, I would always think that she's still the one talking. Kasi kung yung kanyang panalita at even the movement of your head, when you put emphasis on a word, is also a Gwen Garcia move. And I'd like to congratulate you. You're indeed your mother's daughter.
Thank you.
And I'd like to congratulate you for that. And I hope you were able to pick up the statement of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, that he will indeed move for the restoration of your budget. But please remember that kulang pa siya na 5 kalye para dun sa 5 waterfalls niya, ha? Dapat na-pick up niya yan. Dapat mabilis kayo dyan. Kasi paulit-ulit yung binabanggit, meron siya 5 waterfalls na walang kalye. I only have actually 2 questions, Madam Secretary. And also, by the way, alam ko, mukhang hindi ho madali ang trabaho ninyo. Hindi ho madali. At nakikita ko kayo minsan sa television. But in spite of that, you still remain very, you don't look that stressed, beautiful, and charming. I would like to give tribute to our Deputy Speaker. Okay? Okay? It's because of him. That's the reason why you look like that. I wish I could say the same of him. Okay? Because he looks haggard, he looks old, and he's my neighbor. Okay? Kapitbahay ko sa kwarto yan. Magkatabi ko kami ang kwarto ko. Lagi ako bumibisita dyan. So I could not say the same for a Deputy Speaker. Anyway, Madam Secretary, my 2 questions are, 1, the city of Parañaque has Soler, Okada, City of Dreams, and we also have partially a portion of Terminal 1, the airport. So we have 3 casinos, resorts, and we have 1 airport. The question is, POGOS. Is it good? Will it strengthen or will it weaken tourism? The existence of POGOS in the Philippines. Your opinion, ma'am.
Secretary, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for the high praise of being compared to the inimitable and fierce Gwen Garcia.
Correct.
That I consider to be a compliment. And I can confirm that the way I look, despite all the stress of the job, is due to Deputy Speaker Duke Frasco. That being said, Mr. Chair, before I answer your query, I'm happy to let the good representative know that in October of this year, we are already launching the Parañaque leg of the Philippines Hop-on, Hop-off bus tours, which includes the airport as well as the destinations in Parañaque.
Thank you.
That being said, I think that the issue of POGOS is one that can be answered by the appropriate department that is chiefly in charge of regulating these operations. The mandate of the department is to support our accommodation and resorts, and whether or not they have the component of gaming, what we can assure is that we are working very hard that the national accreditation standards for these accommodation establishments continue to be implemented and upheld.
In short, Madam Secretary, you do not have an opinion as far as will it weaken or strengthen tourism? Because that was not. You don't have, you would rather still study the matter a little further.
I believe that opinion is to be had more appropriately by the government department that is chiefly in charge of regulating POGOs and not the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I respect that answer. Second, I will not discuss the old video because I think we've beaten that to death. The question is, do we have a new video?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that since the termination of the contract, the process of procurement for the branding, which includes the production of videos, is already underway.
Okay. So thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, I'd like again to congratulate you for a job well done. And I'd like also to congratulate your dear husband.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Tambunting. Next to give his interpellation is Representative Benvenido Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love you, Madam Secretary, and the DOT family. So glad to be able to get the logo. Love the Philippines. It's a very appropriate logo, and I really appreciate you on that. And when we talked during the time of the State of the Nation address, I told you already that we are fully supporting you on this. I hope that what Congressman Rufus Rodriguez and Congressman Tambunting said were really compliments, not flatteries, no? But anyway, nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo because you're doing your best to really sell the whole country for tourism purposes.
Thank you.
I do not know if you're aware, Madam Chair, that the Santa Ana, of which I belong, that's part of my district, is also a national heritage site, no? Bagkat doon, Santa Ana, nandoon yung isa sa pinakamatagal ng Catholic churches sa Pilipinas na nakatayo pa. And marami dong mga icons, marami dong mga tourist things that they can see, no? Not only that, but we have that Santa Ana is the place in which the Iglesia ni Cristo first had their church. And that's also where my church is, actually, Madam Secretary. I'm so glad to be able to read also the Intramuros administration presentation, no? Alam nyo, ito pong Intramuros is part of the crown jewels of the city of Manila, and now it's part of the national icon. I'm so glad that you have made it quite important to really develop more the Intramuros area, no? But please include us also sa inyong tourism journey, Madam Secretary, realizing that my district actually is the Washington, D.C. of the Philippines. That's where Malacanang Palace belongs, you see. GM Mark Lapid knows very well our situation, no? Nung araw pa, panahon pa ni Ace Barbers at panahon pa ni GM Mark Lapid, I have been already asking that funding should be given to two places like Plaza Calderon and the Rotonda, no? The Santa Ana Rotonda, where we have a partnership with the Thailand Embassy in the city of Manila in actually making that place beautiful. So, yun lang po ang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo, Madam Chair, na sana i-consider nyo rin po. Wala po kaming waterfalls tulad po sa Misamis Oriental, wala po kaming dagat, Wala po kami pwedeng ipakitang talagang matinding resort. Pero andun po yung mga tinatawag nating mga national heritage infrastructure na pwede po nating i-develop as a tourism site also. And also, this representation also built a footbridge in the Pasig River, that can also be part of a tourism spot. So, napakaganda po ng bridge na yun, a cable bridge actually. So I hope that you would also consider the Santa Ana area, particularly yung Plaza Calderon and the Santa Ana Rotonda. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, thank you so much, Madam Secretary, and my support is on you. At pag sinabi po ni Congressman Rufus na he'll make a motion para ibalik po yung pondo ninyo, I'll be part of that motion, Madam Chair. Dapat lang na ibalik ang pondo nyo o dapat lang idagdagan pa. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Benny. Is there a response from the good secretary? Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our good representative for his continued efforts for Manila. And I can confirm that in July, we launched the Philippine hop-on, hop-off bus tours for the city of Manila, recognizing the cultural heritage assets of the city. And you will be pleased to know that the area covering Intramuros, nearby heritage sites, including the Manila Post Office, are now underway to become a cultural circuit, as since the unfortunate fire that burned down the Manila Post Office, we have been working very closely with both the NCCA and the NHCP, as well as the National Museum, to assist in the rehabilitation of the Manila Post Office. We also continue to welcome any requests for rehabilitation of heritage structures through our infrastructure arm, the TIAZA.
Mr. Chair, sana lang po.
Please go ahead.
We do realize that the city of Manila is a very old city, no? Like Cebu City. Pero we also would like to say na the city of Manila is not is a modern city. Although it's an old city, it's a modern city, and it must only really be given priority by the Department of Tourism. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
The Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of our former President, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who is here with us today. Thank you for joining us po, ma'am. There are no other members who wish to give his or her interpellation, but I would like to, first and foremost, thank the entire DOT family, and of course, Chair Saldi, that I was tasked to defend and sponsor the budget of Department of Tourism. May I just say, that I must commend the whole department, especially led, of course, by our good secretary, because, despite the low budget that is allocated to your department, this year, you have managed to surpass all the expectations. Pero alam naman po natin, totoo, malaki po talaga ang expectation po sa inyong department. But still, the allocation to your department is small. And that's why, alam niyo po, it's truly disheartening knowing this and seeing this. I, along with many of our members, I'm sure share the same sentiment. And that's why, alam niyo po na we just want to fully support you, because since last year, your direction is really to bring out the glory and the beauty of the countryside, hindi lamang po yung mga popular na nating mga tourist destinations, but of course, to showcase ang ating po mga hidden gems sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa. And I would just like to, make my, before I proceed to a few questions, I'd just like to make my observation in regard to, your decision to reinvigorate, the tourism industry, especially coming from the pandemic, through a new slogan, which is Love the Philippines. This simple yet powerful phrase, really encapsulates the true essence of the beauty of our archipelago in our nation. That's why we're happy and that this slogan is with us today. I know we are preparing to create or make many more videos in line, also promotional projects in line with this slogan. And of course, ultimately what we want is to really not just entice the international community and also the domestic tourists to visit the different places in our country, but to have really a deep sense of affection to all these places, to our culture, to our people. That's just my observation po. So again, I commend you, I commend the department. And of course, along with Representative Rodriguez and of course other members here, really fully support increasing the budget of the Department of Tourism, because ang laki po talaga ng naiambag nyo sa ating pong ekonomiya, sa ating pong gobyerno, and alam ko pong kung mas malaki pa yung tulong o suporta nating ibibigay po sa inyong departamento, talagang malayo po ang ating mararating sa sektor ng turismo. Because I know for every peso that we invest, the returns is a few hundredfold, if not thousandfold, in your department. Given that you've, in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, 1.8 trillion, di ba po, in receipts. Tama po ba ang ating na-contribute? So we're just, we're here to support you, ma'am. But then I'd just like to be clarified. With regards to our international sporting events, as what was mentioned by Kong Eric, we also have a few other international events in the pipeline. I remember I've mentioned this to you, Sec, the M4 World, which is an esports global event, will be hosting its World Championship here in the country. I was lucky enough that I was invited with Chairman Mike D of the Youth and Sports Development and Chairman Bambol Tolentino, Mayor Bambol Tolentino, when we saw what happened in Jakarta, kung paano po nila inorganize itong World Championship na ito, we saw that the target market's really in the ASEAN region. So it's a great way to market our country, and it's a great way also to target a certain generation. Kasi most of the people were fans and who also play this game, which is in the millions. In our country alone, there are 24 million users. In Indonesia, they have about 55 million users. Globally, I think there are about 400 to 500 million users. So this is a big market that we can really capture. And the demographic power, especially ito po yung mga bata, we're really eager to travel and see our neighboring countries, especially for them, diba, their neighboring countries, which is us. So gusto ko lang po namin malaman, how do we support these kinds of events, because I know there will be many more, and as I've mentioned to the good secretary, even trail running, world trail running events, biking events, I know there will be many more in the pipeline who will wish to host their games or their competitions here in the country, because we have a lot to offer. Please proceed, Sec.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to express on behalf of the Department of Tourism our profound gratitude for your support for the Marcos administration's efforts to reintroduce the Philippines to the world, not only on the aspect of fun and adventure, but also on the strength of its cultural biodiversity, historical, and heritage assets. That is the essence of Love the Philippines. With that, Mr. Chair, with regard to sports tourism, I can confirm that the Department of Tourism has already met with the organizers of the Mobile Legends Championships to be held in the Philippines this year, and we are entering into a memorandum of agreement precisely to actualize the support of the department as well as its attached agencies, including the Tourism Promotions Board. We have also already designated an office to handle sports tourism, and that is why We look forward to the expansion of golf tourism in the country in certain identified areas, as well as other types of sports, including basketball with the FIBA World Cup, triathlon with upcoming international triathlon events, as well as related events. I think our collaboration with the local government units that will be host to these international events is also important and critical. And these collaborations we are doing in line with our regional offices.
Thank you, Secretary. Also, I'd just like to be clarified on the National Tourism Development Plan. You mentioned the fifth on the list is the multi-dimensional tourism. Can you just expound on this item so that we are informed of the multi-dimensional tourism?
Mr. Chair, global trends in travel and tourism would show that we now have what you call the change traveler. The type of traveler that seeks not only experiences in destinations based in nature, such as beaches, mountain ranges, and the like, but the type of traveler that seeks authentic, immersive, and purposeful experiences. And that we are able to have by offering the rest of the assets of the Philippines apart from its award-winning beaches and mountain ranges. Therefore, under this identified objective of multidimensional tourism, we have expanded vastly our tourism portfolio to include prioritization of tourism products such as heritage and pilgrimage, gastronomy or culinary tourism. We just recently completed the very first Manila Food and Wine Festival, and are very eager to support and have just recently also hosted international chefs from all over the world through our Tourism Promotions Board when they held their Congress here very recently. In addition to this, we are also expanding support for our indigenous communities to give them opportunities for tourism. This we are doing through financial assistance to our community-based tourism organizations. We're also adopting them into the Philippine experience by giving our tourists a multi-sensory experience, not only based on lying down on the beach, but rather also immersing in our festivals, tasting our food, enjoying our sights and sounds, and being able to partake of the products of our local artisans and makers. As a component as well of multidimensional tourism is our support for the creative arts, which is why we are working very closely with our regional offices as far as pushing for our MSMEs to be supported. We have recently completed, together with Go Negosyo, a very successful tourism MSME summit for the purpose of supporting small businesses in tourism, and our tourist rest areas, which will number 25 by next year, has devoted pasalubong or souvenir centers where our tourism MSMEs can sell their local wares and goods. So therefore, the multidimensional tourism approach is able to expand our tourism assets beyond what we have so far articulated to the world. And that gives the Philippines a much higher value proposition vis-a-vis our neighbors that have long capitalized on the strength of their culture, heritage, and assets as a primary component of their tourism portfolio.
Thank you, Secretary. I know that Senior Vice Chair Stella would...
You're defending, so you need all the bala.
I'd just like to be clarified also, or I mean, with the Bisita Be My Guest program, you've launched this this year, correct, Madam Secretary? What has been the result, or last year, what has been the results so far, and what are we expecting from this Bisita Be My Guest program?
Mr. Chair, first of all, I'd like to reintroduce to the body the ratio behind the Bisita Be My Guest program, which is a flagship program of the Marcos administration to give opportunities for our fellow Filipinos here and around the world to become tourism ambassadors for our country by incentivizing the act of inviting a foreign friend, guest, or spouse to visit the Philippines in certain identified destinations. It seeks as well to equalize tourism opportunities by not only including our very well-known destinations, but lesser-known destinations as well across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Through the Bisita Be My Guest program, our sponsors would have opportunities to win prizes if they invite foreigners. And these include prizes such as condominiums, house and lot, shopping sprees, free holiday vacations, free airline tickets, and the like. Thus far, we have been able to have 4 international launches in Japan, Germany, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, as well as 3 regional launches through Soxarjan, Zamboanga, and Iloilo. We have also had 82 BBMG activations in several hemispheres across the globe and 18 regional activations across our regions. So far, the registered sponsors are now at over 2,600. The privilege card holders are now over 3,400, and the estimated media mileage is now at 72 million impressions.
Thank you, Sec. Will this program be integrated into our travel app that we plan on launching soon, or is it a completely...
Thus far, Mr. Chair, the access to the BBMG travel portal has been integrated into the e-travel platform, and it has not yet been integrated into the travel app. But we certainly welcome the suggestion.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Actually, we are all looking forward to the travel app that will be launched by the department. Lastly, I know that you have an initial proposed budget or a wish list, which many of us here will be supporting. So if these additional funds are provided to your department, what can we expect? So ano po yung mangungunang mga prioridad ng inyong departamento if given this additional funding or these additional funding from the House of Representatives?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chair. I would like to preface my answer by stating the goal for the Department of Tourism for 2024, which is at 7.7 million international tourists at its baseline. And therefore, we are going to aggressively pursue that number, if not in excess of that number, in our earnest desire to return to pre-pandemic levels sooner than what is predicted. Arming the Department of Tourism with additional budget would help us greatly in the flagship programs that have been identified by the Marcos administration that seeks not only to benefit our key destinations but our emerging destinations as well, such as the Philippine Experience Program. In addition to this, in the pipeline, and considering that the Philippines was recognized as the emerging Muslim-friendly destination of the year, we are looking to expand halal tourism not only in the Mindanao region but across the Philippines by increasing accreditation for our halal and Muslim-friendly accommodation as well as restaurants. In addition to this, we are also looking to expand our dive portfolio, capitalizing on the Philippines being the world's leading dive destination at present. While the Central Visayas has led in terms of providing a plethora of dive destinations, we recognize that there are still many other regions that require national government support as as far as the full development of their dive tourism portfolio. Further to that, we're also looking to expand our support for our tourists who may encounter accidents in densely populated beaches and tourist destinations through the institution of tourist emergency centers that can render first aid at first instance, because undeniably there are tourist destinations where what is present are tertiary hospitals that are an hour or two away at most, or at least. With regard to further assistance that can be, or other projects that are still in the pipeline for the department, we're also looking to launch the very first tourist call center in the Philippines to address the concerns of tourists as they go around the country should they encounter any inconveniences or issues. I believe that would also address the question proposed earlier with regard to protecting the rights of our tourists. There are so many other projects, Mr. Chair, that we would be very happy to submit to you on a regional basis.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Gusto ko lang din po kasing malagay yun sa record at marinig po ng ating mga kasamahan dito para mas lumaki pa ang suporta para sa inyong departamento. I'd like now to recognize Representative Ron Salo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have some few clarifications, Mr. Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. Madam Secretary, of course, I commend the Secretary of the Department of Tourism for her efforts in ensuring that more tourists will come to the Philippines, and in so doing also the program in making sure that our OFWs, in which I am the chairperson, the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, will be our champion in inviting tourists to the Philippines. My query, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, is, as of the moment, based on the number of tourists who are coming to the Philippines, I suppose in these destinations, you are conducting some promotions, I suppose. So, may one-to-one correspondence po ba based on the amounts that our department is spending on promotions at ilan naman po yung dumarating dito sa Pilipinas? So, for example, if you are promoting in the UK, how many actually go to the Philippines coming from the UK or other destinations? So, magkano yung promotion expense and ilan man po yung pumupunta po dito sa Pilipinas? And number two, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, kasi alam ko tumataas po yung ating tourists. Pero I understand also that based dun sa pumupunta po dito dumarating, we oftentimes consider, syempre yung mga former Filipinos who are now carrying a foreign passport. And sometimes they are dual citizens actually. They are considered part of the foreign tourists na dumarating. So, I just want to be clear, ilan ba exactly? Kasi, alam po ninyo, pagdating ko po sa immigration, ang nakapila naman talaga doon sa foreign tourists, kakunti yung nakikita ko po ng mga foreigners. These are actually oftentimes Filipinos, but they're carrying foreign passport. So I'm just really wondering, are our promotions really working? And are we really attracting foreigners, not exactly because they are Filipinos who are really bound to go home to the Philippines because this is their home country and where their relatives are.
Sec Christina, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm and reiterate that as of date, we have already received over 3.4 million international arrivals. And our top source markets include, first, South Korea, second, the United States, third, Japan, fourth, Australia, fifth, Canada. and so on and so forth. In all of these 5 jurisdictions, we have instigated promotional efforts by way of our tourism attachés, marketing representatives, as well as the Tourism Promotions Board. And the best evidence of the success of these promotions is the fact that we have already been able to recover 70.34% of our target for international arrivals of this year, notwithstanding the fact that we are only a little off of the middle of the year. That being said, the tourism statistics that are measured by the Bureau of Immigration and the DICT through the e-travel app does disaggregate the tourism arrivals into overseas Filipinos and foreign tourists. And it also disaggregates it per airport. And what I can confirm is that of the over 3.4 million international arrivals that we have received thus far, 296,000 constitute overseas Filipinos and 3.1 million constitute international foreigners, evincing the result of the promotional efforts of the Philippine government, as well as the Marcos administration's reintroduction of the Philippines to the world on the strength of its many assets.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong ko po doon po sa international tourists, how are dual citizens, particularly both carrying a passport of U.S. citizen and both a Filipino at the same time, but goes doon sa alien passport, how is he being considered? Because I understand, Madam Secretary, of course, number 2 po sa listahan po is the U.S. And most of those coming from the U.S. are actually carrying U.S. passport, but these are former Filipinos. They are not anymore considered as overseas Filipinos because yung overseas Filipinos consists of both OFWs as well as those Filipinos who are carrying Philippine passport, who may be still an immigrant or studying abroad.
My understanding of the laws of the Bureau of Immigration are that it is the passport that is presented by the passenger that is recognized to be the citizenship of the person entering the country. The choice of which passport to use is entirely upon the passengers. Per our records, how we calculate the statistics is based on the statistics calculation of the Bureau of Immigration. And that is, if the person, whether or not his country of birth is a foreigner, whether or not his country of birth is the Philippines, if he presents a foreign passport, he is counted as a foreigner. But if he presents his Filipino passport, then he is counted as an overseas Filipino.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Perhaps, if I may just request for further disaggregation, baka po pwede pong i-request din po yung BI, Bureau of Immigration, na i-identify nila exactly if this is a dual citizen. Para naman klaro po sa atin. Kasi baka nagkakaroon po ng dual counting eh. We consider them as foreign tourists, when in fact, they're really bound to go home to the Philippines to see their birthplace. At the same time, on my second item, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering what are the efforts being undertaken by the department in ensuring that areas where we may not be spending so much, but we are offering tourist destinations here would really resonate with them. For example, India is such a huge market with 1.3 billion now, bigger than China. But pumunta po tayo sa Singapore, pumunta po tayo sa Thailand, there are so huge numbers going there. But I'm just wondering, malapit lang po ito mga destinations na ito, but are we really capturing? Or, kasi nakikita ko po, kagaya po nung sumikat na ads nung nakaraan, ang ads natin nasa Europe. But how many actually were trying to promote so hard in Europe, but it's so difficult to go there because it's quite far. So how about, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, doon sa mga areas na naturally madaling mag-promote sa kanila because we're offering something that may resonate really with them.
Before I ask the Secretary to respond, Kong Ron, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please
proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are grateful that the Indian market has been mentioned, considering the huge potential that India has in terms of outbound tourism for the Philippines, which is why, in addition to China, India has already also been identified as early as January of this year upon directive of our President for the initial implementation of the electronic visa system, which we anticipate to greatly open up opportunities for Indian nationals to be able to obtain a visa to the Philippines, as opportunities to do the same are very limited at the moment in India. That being said, the Tourism Promotions Board recently held a promotional effort to various cities in India, including New Delhi, Calcutta, Mumbai, and Chennai. And one of the measures of support that was extended by the Department of Tourism is consistent with the efforts that we have pushed together with the Department of Transportation to open up flights to the Philippines from India in anticipation of the implementation of the e-travel system. I also note that the province of Cebu has recently been nominated as Asia's leading wedding destination, which opens up opportunities for the Indian market, especially with regard to Indian weddings. We recognize that there is still much room to grow as far as the Indian market is concerned, which is why we're very focused on implementing the air services agreement to have more flights, implementing the e-travel system, and going to the extent of actually being in India to promote the Philippines through the Tourism Promotions Board.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Basically, I really appreciate and support the efforts being undertaken by the Secretary in promoting this particular country. If I may, Mr. Chair, may I just share to you a meeting that I have had with the Ambassador of India, together with the Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Congresswoman Arenas. And nabanggit po doon, Madam Secretary, which I may just share to you, na ang concern po talaga nila, one of the things of your concerns is yung visa raw po natin na nangyayari, may rumpong quote-unquote premium kapag meron na po silang Singaporean visa, then saka pa lang po sila mabibigyan. This is according to the Ambassador. Perhaps you can double-check it. So ang tendency nila ng mga Indians, they would rather go to Singapore. Kasi kung ang requirement po ng Pilipinas ay dapat may Singaporean visa yan, so kukuha po sila ng visa, hindi naman sila, kapag mayroon na silang Singaporean visa, instead of going to the Philippines, they would rather go to Singapore kasi may visa na po sila. So ang tinatanong po nila sa amin, ano yung process, ano yung way na pwedeng gawin para maging mas mabilis din po yung pagpunta po nila dito, particularly in the grant to visa, and perhaps the good secretary may coordinate, her office may coordinate with the Bureau of Immigration in ensuring that this process would be hastened. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Ron. Is there a response from the Secretary? Please proceed, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that as early as September of last year, we have begun our coordination efforts with the Department of Foreign Affairs, and in subsequent months, the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Immigration, as well as the Bureau of Customs, for the purpose of the liberalization of entry policies. I think what you're pertaining to is the AJAX SOX, wherein certain nationals from identified countries are able to enter the Philippines visa-free for 14 days, including Indian nationals. Though we recognize that there is still much room to grow in terms of the Indian market, and we will certainly take up your concerns with the Department of Foreign Affairs, which chiefly has the discretion of granting visas in that jurisdiction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The Chair would now recognize Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo.
Just a few questions for Tiaza. How do you determine your annual budget for infrastructure? Is it like a portion of your
We allocate at least
revenues?
50% of our COB, Madam Chair.
Oh,
So we
all right,
base
so
it on
this
our
year,
collect-
so your COB this year is about 3 billion.
3 billion,
So
so
about
it's around
1.5.
1.5.
All right,
Around the time.
okay. And so everybody has been talking about your TRAs. By the way, congratulations on that. Bakit
you.
ngayon lang natin naisip yan? Anyway, so what is the unit cost of a TRA?
For the project of 2023, Madam Chair, amounting to 8 million, 7 million per TRA. But for our next project for 2024, we're increasing it to around 10 million, Madam Chair, based on our board approve that we presented because of the scope of the work that we encountered on the first 10 TRAs. We went back to our board because nagkulang po yung pondo namin because of the location that was given to us by the LGU. There are some works that needed to be done. Hindi po pwedeng flat siya or ano. So, ganun po yun nangyari, ma'am.
So, all right, so about 140 million.
Yes po, Madam Chair. 150 po
All right,
for 15 TRAs.
so but I thought you are expecting 1.5 million, 1.5 billion?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
So in addition to TRAs,
In addition to
marami
the
pa.
TRAs, meron pa po kami backlog, di ba, Madam Chair, na ini-implement pa rin po namin yung mga projects na.
Yung utang pa nung
Opo,
pa?
which is amount to 9 billion po.
Oh,
As we stated last budget
so
meeting.
can you please submit to the committee
Yes,
the full
Madam.
list
The
of
list.
infra
We have it here,
projects,
Madam Chair.
including
We'll
the, I suppose, the schedule?
Yes po.
So in short, you fully commit to implementing all of these
Yes,
projects?
as board approved, Madam Chair. We are fully committed. So we're just basing our implementation on how much are we collecting po so that we can implement them.
All right, thank you. Yes. all right.
Can I just be clarified? If I remember correctly, last year, you mentioned that some of these projects were even bidded out already, correct? But then, because of the pandemic, nirealign po natin yung pondo at hindi na.
They were suspended po. And kasama yung ibang pambayad po dun sa mga projects na kuha po dun sa kinuhang pera ng Department of Finance. So those are the things na prioritize po namin since nabided na po kasi yun. And they were just suspended. And there's a certain period of construction period na kailangan ma-accomplish po namin. So we were able to do that, Your Honor. Natapos na po namin lahat yun.
Thank you, COO Mark.
Yes, and then, okay, just a few more questions. But before that, again, congratulations to the DOT family. Of course, I commend you for a job well done. And when I look at Secretary Cristina, of course, my very good friend, COO Marga, you're mothers of very young children. So in addition to the very hard work, I'm sure this comes with huge personal sacrifices. So congratulations and thank you very much for all the things that you do for the country. And of course, it has been said many times, many people manifested support for increase in budget. But I think I have to wear my opera hat and have to explain a little bit why that's not so easy. And Marga is like a sister to me, so I suppose she won't mind if I use TPP as an example. And anyway, FY 2022 was not her budget. So in 2022, TPB's approved budget was 1.725B. That was not fully utilized, and 348 million of that was returned to the Treasury. So as a result, the approved 2023 budget was smaller. So if you subtract 348 million from the previous budget of 1.725, the budget should have been something like 1.38 billion. But what was approved in 2023 by DBM was about 1.265. All right? So what Congress did during the BICAM was to add 100M. So more or less, what TPB received in 2023 was an amount which we consider as something that could be absorbed based on 2022 performance. But of course, 2023 is different because of course it's a different management team altogether. So what I'm saying is, while everybody of course fully supports additional budget for the entire DOT family, it's very important for the DOT family to really show that we can fully absorb our current budget. So, of course, I'm sure by now you've heard the news that our GDP growth decelerated. So, we were all expecting growth to be something like 6%, but it's at 4.3% in the second quarter, so it's a bit disappointing. And the reason for that, I'm not sure if you know this, is a 7% contraction in government spending. And so that's the reason for why the Committee on Appropriations has written all government agencies 2 weeks ago to submit to us a catch-up plan on disbursement. So that's the context for that letter. So this morning, we didn't really see a lot of that. Not a lot of questions were asked on that. And so I wanted to end this way, to ask, in a very specific way, ano po ba talaga ang problema on the ground? So, some of you are new in government. Ibang-iba talaga ang private sector, aminin natin. Hindi madala sa gobyerno. Merong RA 9184 na nakakainis talaga. So, if there are things that we can help you with, which we can solve by way of putting in special provisions, things like those are the kinds of things that we can actually do. So yun ang purpose din ng ating budget hearing. So we have a few more weeks, and of course, we're very happy that Manong Edsel is here. Siyang ating talagang consultant talaga natin sa pag-craft ng special provisions. So I guess that's my last question. I'd like to hear from you, especially from Yusek Pamintuan, who heads finance. What are the obstacles? So I'm looking at your disbursement rates. Obviously, there's much scope for improvement, and let us know how we can help you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Please proceed, Yusek.
You're right. We did notice, because of the low utilization rate from last year, which we only came in half of the year, and we did notice that it was the continuing appropriations that was really with a very low utilization rate at the time when we entered. And because of the recalibration of all the priorities, it did affect, and the birth pains also came with some delays in procurement. You were right in observing that. But beginning this year, we were very firm in ensuring that we push for early procurement with respect to our different operating units, and we have constantly hammered them down to ensure that anything that can be obligated at the start of the year, even part of our any international travel fair participation where we have to set up booths or at least pay participation fees earlier, this is something that we also do at the beginning of the year. We do recognize that there is a historical BUR of the DOT, which ranges from 30 to 35% every first SEM. And what we have done, even as early as before the announcement of DBM about the underspending of the national government agencies, if we already started doing a catch-up plan on our own. So we've created an SBAC to supplement our regular BAC, especially for big-ticket items. And then, especially since this year's budget really affects the bulk of it is really on the branding campaign. The SBAC is focusing on those procurement items. We've also recalibrated all of our priorities and to ensure which ones can be assisted by our regional offices. Then we already download the fund to them for early implementation of projects. So we'd like to assure this body that we are very conscious of our utilization rate, learning our lesson from last year's and the previous year's utilization of the department and how it greatly affects our forward estimates for our succeeding budgets. And we also would like to point out that because many of our procurement items actually involve consultancy contracts, which take longer procurement time, which about 2 to 3 months from posting, because the law actually requires a certain period of time for it to be posted, and it's not just goods and services. Goods and services we recognize is around 30 days, but for our consultancy services, which are really big ticket items, we do have to observe, I think the shortest period is around 65 days. So, nagpapatong-patong po siya. Yes, okay. We also make sure that we, in the finance part, is that we strictly monitor already work and financial plans that were submitted by our operating units and to make sure that they actually implement it at the time that they plan it. Sometimes, unfortunately for us also, since we involve our industry stakeholders in many of the plans and programs that we have, sometimes the dates are pushed back. But what we intend to do is, because we also request the DBM to release a certain amount of cash, and we make sure that this cash is fully utilized based on how we requested the cash per quarter, is that this is at least very minimum. Because we noticed that in the past years, that's also the utilization also of the cash that is released to us every quarter is also a bit of a challenge for the department. So we have identified many things and have also introduced internal procedures and policies in the office to make sure that we all calibrate all of our procurement requirements and obligation requirements earlier than what they usually do, because we do accelerate at the second semester.
All right. Could you kindly put that into writing so that we could study that more closely and see if we can, like, on our end, if we can do something to help you?
We will, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Anna, are you still around?
To get it ready.
There. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Anna York Bondok for her manifestation.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to address the Department of Tourism. I'd like to personally thank Sec. Cristina for the gifts po na pinadala sa Central Luzon Block because she was unable to meet us. And we're looking forward po to meeting all of you in an informal setting later on. So maraming salamat. Also to Marga, I have been a good friend po ng kanyang husband since noon pa. And I'm proud to say that I was also trained po by Speaker Nogi. So of course, I would like to greet my kabalin. Mukha talagang movie star si Sir Mark from Chesa. Fans ako niya noon pa man din. Yan. I would like to, sorry po at medyo parochial po yung tanong ko, and I hope that's totally understandable, and marami naman hong nagtanong ng mga national questions. I just wanted to be updated po on the Clark Airport, kasi po it's very new, and kumusta po yung tourist arrivals po sa Clark Airport and tourist arrivals po sa Pampanga, and naka-recover na po ba tayo from the pandemic?
Secretary, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, we are happy to report that the Department of Tourism has made conscious efforts to collaborate with the Department of Transportation as far as opening up Clark International Airport as an alternative and secondary gateway to the existing airports here in Manila. And to actualize that support, we recently attended a technical working group meeting together with the Civil Aeronautics Board, wherein we met with our aviation partners and fellow government agencies in Clark. The efforts that the Department of Tourism has done to support the Department of Transportation has resulted in a 65% recovery as far as performance is concerned, with 161 incoming international flights per week pre-pandemic, now pegged at 105 international flights per week. And we have since also been able to open up new routes from Clark as far as our destinations are concerned. One of the major challenges of Clark as an international gateway is the lack of accessibility to domestic destinations, thereby forcing our tourists to go to Manila, which has more connections to domestic destinations. Which is why I'm also happy to report that since the beginning of the Marcos administration, we have been able to open up flights from Clark to Caticlan, Clark to Busuanga, and Zamboanga, as well as from Clark to one other destination in Mindanao. And so, recognizing the massive opportunity that Clark has hosting this international airport, we're also happy to announce that through the Tourism Promotions Board's efforts as well, Clark will be hosting the MICECon next year. To further expand tourism opportunities for Pampanga and its neighboring provinces, we held the very first North Luzon Tourism Expo, which invited all the regional offices from outside your region to come to North Luzon to be able to be exposed to your tourism offerings. And what we did was to host our regional offices as well as institutional tourism stakeholders to have familiarization tours in the rest of Pampanga and your provinces. Now, as far as arrivals are concerned, our records show that there have been a total of 211,000 arrivals, overseas being 10,000 and domestic being 201,000. Definitely there's more room to grow. And we are mobilizing central offices and our regional offices programs to support Clark and Central Luzon, as by the end of this year, we're also holding the Philippine Experience there.
Okay. Thank you so much for that exhaustive presentation, and I'm really impressed po. And it's really good that we are pushing Clark. I would like to commend our RD dito po. Masipag din po siya to meet with us and his staff to help us promote po our